911.
911. 911 operator.
911, but your emergency.
Oh my god, that was good. Good you, man.
It's my left resort.
I take into pieces. This is my blasting fork.
No further.
Just make your vocal cords work while breathing in.
By the way, you are welcome to have any of the sodas except for the root beer.
Not the root beer.
Though, if you want one, I'll just say it was me because I don't plan on drinking one anytime soon. Because the root beer for me and mom. So if one's gone, she won't question that it was anyone other than me.
So I should definitely OD on ibuprofen while I'm here, right?
Don't do that.
I can help.
Oh, give me the rest of yours, and I'll give you the rest of mine. That's the same.
That's illegal.
If someone just bought,
That's the point.
they got third and then raced third.
It's just because I have a headache.
Ryan, are you gonna get pizza now or later?
We're coming here, so I'll just see if it's.
Oh, I'm sure there is.
You can do anything.
Eat donuts. 12. And I've been hungry ever since.
You ate donuts and got hungry.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, you see, what the amount of energy I could do for this work, I eat way more than I usually do just to get. And now
I'm sorry that you were sitting before.
What? Me just going like.
Probably just that down. Not wrong. You did sit like a fucking. Oh, also, you don't help with that.
Rico's the greatest game. You get to I am then. You get to beat. I mean, I get to go like this would be really weird. You get to beat a rubber.
No. For how long you guys know each other? I don't think that's weird.
No. Yeah. No, there's the baby called the rubber. It likes to take your stuff and break it by throwing it into your face, trying to kill you with your own goods. But if two people pick them up, you can repeatedly beat the baby into the wall
Bastards
until it
took all
dies.
of the good pieces of the meat lovers. How could you?
I could grab them from one. Like 4 meat lovers.
No, not 4.
You grabbed 4.
And at 1 amp.
Oh.
Just ate it before anyone could see.
Anyway, while you guys are doing stuff, I am going to be starting off with Azarath. Well, first off, I guess would any of you guys like to give me a recap of the last session?
Decision.
Y'all die.
No, just you.
Yeah, you did actually.
I barely got it. Oh,
Entry.
We don't need dice trays. We go without touch. We go in this.
I'm not ready for kids yet.
Do it wrong. Well, no, it was one meme or video of some these do it wrong without actually knowing.
Why don't you want kids?
Because bro, you know, that's not
Yes.
The bad thing that my first thought was I didn't know you. My first thought. That was my first thought.
Anyway, you guys came to what seems to be the most prominent temple of Mordir. And after a intense fight with Captain of the Guard, Jack Colokine, who turned into a dragon. Lily had her first death.
You mean
Uh,
first step? Wow.
Potato.
Fire Paxton.
And was revived by Lena. And not long after that, you guys finished the fight, and Jack opened the doors.
I'm finished.
As Azarath went into the area with the doors closing behind him, even though, just to note, for the rest of you, those doors never closed. You just watched Azarath walk down the hallway until you couldn't see it.
Wait, really?
I just realized.
I thought that closed.
As far as Azarath is concerned, they closed behind him.
I just realized I don't have a dice.
Okay, that's not my fault.
But I have this.
Okay, use it.
Zach, you have the ultimate dice tray. A flat, smooth floor.
Yeah, you sit on the floor, bitch.
Oh. Yes.
Well, to know if you had tried to go through, Jack would have stopped. Because he was told that Azarath had to go in alone. But as Azarath went in, he found his old mare Thundar and Truthorn, in the cave, and a seeming to be the body of the crystalline figure that was released at Destiny Island. That discharged Mortier's hand.
You said
And Azarath and Thundar and Truthorn saw 4 cultists running down the hallway towards them. And Truthorn told Azarath to fight because they want to take the hammer. And also told him that the only way to recharge the hammer is to steal the power from the pedestal.
My head linked up.
long you need one.
But while you guys were waiting, it was only 30 seconds of waiting before you all saw the hallway turn a deep blood red. And Jack took off down the hallway, knowing something was wrong. Lena cast a quick healing spell on him, and then you all took off down the hallway. So we will start with Azarath. You see 4 cultists coming running down the hallway towards you and Mare Truthorn. And there is no other way out of this cave. And you see the pedestal and the body chained by green glowing chains above the pedestal. What do? And you were told that the only way to recharge the hammer is to steal power from the pedestal.
That's a nice. It gets completely stuck in there. Huh.
Oh, I will.
Anyway,
What image?
What inch?
hey man, stop. This is so helpful. I'm trying to check my character sheets. I forget what it is. These are most game sections.
No.
That's the A1 section.
We can make it game.
All time, my grandpa's calling me.
Yeah. I was about to say, yeah, he's singing.
Hmm?
Yeah, he's singing.
Hey. I'm out of the house, but I can text and see what's up. Okay. No problem. Bye. Let's pick one up.
That was easy. Zach. I am surprised that Oreo's not completely hiding.
Easy, like just staring out.
He's wandering around the hallway. Now he's staring down this way. But I'm surprised he's not like under your bed in your room.
What happened last
I didn't
He
notice.
even like wandered around.
I think Zuki went into mom's room though. I don't see her. I wouldn't know what those look like.
Come on, man. We had a gay session going. Oh, that's it.
I mean, two of you are female characters.
Well, I do have kids. You know what?
So you're probably.
I was talking about the IRL, not not my character.
Anyway, what is Azarath doing?
Say goodbye to your heels.
You watch as Thundar and Truthorn cracks his knuckles, ready to fight who's coming for him. And is looking at you, waiting for you to do something as they are getting closer and closer.
I get this. I look around. There's the hallway, the cultist.
And as far as you know, the door closed behind you when you came in.
About to say, bro's opening his pack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards here. He clutches onto the hammer. His fingers growing white, and each bolts. Straight action, bonus action, dash.
Are you intending to go like towards them and get to them, or go
Through.
all right?
To work out of
You guys watch as Azarath goes screaming past you.
This is like ear piercing. You have never heard a noise out of this man before.
Also, anyone who, or no, one of you would have casted light. Otherwise, this hallway was completely dark. But yeah, Azarath just bolts past you guys.
He is a blind and freaking out.
Yeah, and eventually you reach the closed door. But assuming you guys follow after him as he's like running, which Jack tries to call out to him, but you don't hear that. One, you're freaking out.
Yeah.
And two,
I want the
if you
shoulder
were-
check the door to try to.
if you were hearing anything, it wouldn't be what Jack is actually saying. So if any of you were to try and call out to him, you wouldn't get a positive reaction. But as he like runs up to where the doorway is, he like stops and like as if he can't move any further, but you guys see that the door is still just wide open. And you try and like shoulder check it, but every time you do, there's just like, you don't see this. You just can't get through this door. But what you see, the rest of you see, is just a red like shimmer as he like tries to go through this doorway. And the hallway is a deep blood red. For everyone except for you. And you just hear Truthorn's voice yelling at you to fight. They want the hammer. And you see the cultists getting closer to you. All right. All right. So Jack, I'm going to roll a d4 for which one of them you attack. Jack.
It's not an attack. I have a once per rest. I barely use it barrage. It effectively goes full auto
Oh,
and
no.
unleashes a flood of bullets.
Okay, everyone make a dex save.
That save I don't have. You saw nothing.
Did you slap your phone?
D&D Beyond afterwards.
Oh no. What's the DC?
These.
I've never heard of that number.
DC 14.
Jack fails. By the way,
I think. By one.
same with Jack. Jack rolled a 13. Lily succeeds.
I'm not rooting for you. Your evasion at least works on.
That's true. So you would take half damage. By the way, as Azrath turns around and points this gun at you, you get a good look at him, and there is just this red mist coming off of his eye.
Oh, time to beat the living shit out of him.
This is the second time.
If
Azrath has been.
I don't know how much damage this does, so if you don't go down,
You guys might not like this considering we just got past that lethal battle.
I don't like how we're grabbing dice for a while.
no,
I needed 3d10.
Azrath is also at low health.
Oh, it's 3d10.
I'm half health. I took relatively less damage
Actually, no,
on the later half of the battle.
That's true.
He didn't does
I
throw.
got mauled at the beginning.
That was Isaiah, not me.
Dwarf with a goat. What?
No, I see his reasoning is like it was a test for you, mainly.
Also, it was between me, the healer.
No, Christian told him that I once.
No, from Isaiah. That's what he saw. Either he wanted to try to take you out as quickly as possible, DPS, as quickly as possible, on DPS. Him because he's healing.
And I'm collateral.
Well, you die when he.
If you fail to save, that is 20 damage.
You torn into my cat.
If you fail to you're ruining it, like realize I was behind you. If you fail to save, that is 20 damage.
So
I'm down.
I still take half damage.
Lena goes unconscious.
Okay, and damage.
So Nensho and Lily both take 10 damage. And Lena goes unconscious.
Bitch. There goes your healing. You keep doing this shit to us. Yes, it is. It's all your fault. I blame you.
Jack immediately looks at the rest of you and is like, are we taking him down or are we doing something else as he is like readying his sword?
My action, if this is a pseudo turn base.
This is going to be an initiative, depending on what they tell Jack.
That was its own. The dragon left, remember?
No, he didn't. He ran down the hallway.
Yeah, he went down the
So
hallway.
when Azrath went past you guys again, you guys like all followed him to the door. So Jack is there and he sees you go down and looks at the other two of you like readying to grab his sword and is like, are we taking him down? Or are we doing something else? Like Jack is ready to beat the shit out of him.
Healer down.
My first,
Nearest.
since our healer is down, I will cast Healing Word.
Well,
Yeah.
you guys need to answer Jack's question.
Okay.
Are you guys going to try and take out Azarath, or are you trying to do something else to subdue him?
Hey,
You're gonna be
have an option twice.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to hurt you, but
just so you guys know,
Then Jack pulls out his weapon, and I need everyone to roll initiative.
I've had this ability before. I can only do it once for from now on.
Yeah,
you're
that's fine.
Facing
Everything except for the root beer is fine.
It's pretty much is.
No,
full like 30 days potentially. Each.
Yeah, depending on the initiative.
Yeah, kind of.
I'm just gonna fuck your ass.
So am I rolling? Oh.
Yes, everyone is rolling initiative.
Ooh.
And remember, put it in the chat.
Hey, thank God! You guys could actually survive this.
I should still roll yes, even though I'm mad.
Yes, because you need to roll death saves unless somebody picks you up.
It bubbled up out of bed.
What's Jack's?
Not as high as yours. +4.
What the hell? Why do I get a high 10 roll when I'm fucking.
because
Wait, as long as you were after Lily is trying to heal your.
So the one that just dropped.
Yeah, you guys all rolled above Azarath, so.
I surprised you. Was that basically like a surprise round because they weren't expecting me to go.
I'll say, like, they were aware that something weird was going on with you by the fact that the hallway was bright fucking red.
Going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Azarath is controlled again.
So yeah, that was essentially your surprise. I mean, if you have a bonus action you would like to use, I'll let you use that first. But
In this scenario, he actually really doesn't.
yeah, I didn't think so.
He would have taken the aim action if he intended to single shot, but he had the barrage, and there was 4 enemies.
Yeah. But yeah, you see one of them go down. Nensho, you are up first.
You know, it's like
How far is it? Like not that far.
You guys are very close to each other. Range is not an issue.
Okay.
so.
Literally right.
This was a 15-foot code, so it was effectively when you guys were like Azarath, without the gun, he pulled the trigger.
Yeah. So I kind of asked you about it before, but we've never had you describe your echo. How would you describe what your echo looks like? You gave me a brief
I
description.
don't remember what it was.
I don't either. That's why I wanted you to say it.
It's a scale version of yourself that's always like.
Yeah. I think you said it was like purple and like glassy.
Yeah, like a purple glass.
Yeah.
It literally just looks exactly like me.
I will say, because
Did you
of the
say 10
magic.
damage?
Hmm?
10 damage?
No, you took 20 because you failed.
Or 10 on
yeah, honestly.
Or maybe.
Though I will say, because of what magic it comes from, there is somewhere in its form a hint of like space and star looking material. You can decide like where that is, what it looks like, but because of the magic that echoes come from, there is a hint of that within the purple glassy form of your echo.
Manifest it right behind Azarath.
Which what you see is you see the crystalline form of the body you saw that you smashed with your hammer before, instead of seeing Nensho's echo.
Oh, Mr. Wendigo looking.
The crystalline
Yeah.
Goliath shaped with large horns that go
Yeah.
all the way down his back. The crystalline figure of the body that you saw down the hall.
Yeah.
And he aberrates behind you as continue your turn. I
Use first. Second. Well, I'm pretty sure 12 plus 8 is. Do I just think that?
No one else is.
No one else is within melee, so swashbuckler. So yes, you would get sneak attack.
4d6. So your basic attack is your T8 right here. Then you put on. Don't you have an extra D8 damage? And break your magic back. I don't think you have anything else unless you're. Oh, yeah.
All of them will burn.
At most, if you use all the magical
I don't think you used it a single time.
it heals you. Like, you're like.
Oh wait, no, I was thinking of the cinnabar right here. Sorry. Continue. Yes. Oh no.
Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, don't worry about me seeing your screen. And if I can make it, I can't read anything.
Well, this is Jack's character sheet, so.
Either way, I can't read it. Yeah. But I'm so bad.
I'm nice. $80.
Rogue on rogue action.
Rogue on rogue violence.
What this is.
You don't have any. Oh, you don't have any. Yep.
All right.
Is that a. No, Jack.
Jack. Yeah, Jack is up next.
Jack.
Hey, at least Lena healed Jack. Otherwise, he would have dropped this spell to the barrage.
Yes, he would have. Good thing that Isaiah. I think this is actually. Is this stronger than?
Alright, he just had a really nasty attack.
He does. I think what he's going to do is he wants to attack. So he's going to pass just shove a greater healing potion into your chest. Just in case you want to use this instead of a spell. It heals 4d4 plus 4 hit points.
Okay.
But it would take a full action for you to feed it to Lena.
Yeah.
But if you're planning on doing Healing Word, which I think is the healing spell you have,
Yes.
you can do the potion and Healing Word if you want.
Or the healing word.
He shoves a greater healing potion into your chest. It heals 4d4 plus 4 hit points as an action. Because Isaiah didn't get to use the second greater healing potion before you turned him into a dragon.
Economy on murder, baby.
Yep. Well, he was also using his bonus actions, because I used the rule where you can drink it as a bonus action.
Yeah.
You just can't feed it to someone else as a bonus action. So he was using his bonus actions enough that he didn't get the chance to drink the second healing potion before you dropped him.
So am I getting smited?
He has no spell slots left.
Oh yeah. I don't know, he still has a great
Yes.
I heard the war. So very much hurt.
And he also has his dancing greatsword. But since he is in his non-boosted form, I believe he only gets 2 attacks. Yes. So he'll get 2 attacks and his dancing greatsword.
So I imagine what I'm seeing is not supposed to be a close enough replica that I would use at this party. Instead, I probably see a dude with a knife And it's gonna be, I'm thinking like more of a sneak attack type attack.
No, they have a big
Oh.
weapon, but you can't see anything other than cloaks.
Okay. So they're just close.
Pretty much.
Oh.
Like you can't see into the cloaks. Like you see hands popping out
Yes.
if they're like casting a spell or using a weapon, but 19 to hit on the first attack. 28 to hit on the second attack. And then the Dancing Greatsword is a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay.
Roll your damages, boy.
10 damage on the first hit. 8 on the second hit. So 18 total from the Vicious Greatsword. 11 damage.
I drop.
You watch as Nensho carves into Azarath and Jack carves into him with the greatsword, and Azarath just drops. And you see the red mist dissipate from his eyes. And you guys just hear, as Azarath drops, you just hear a slow clap behind you. And you see the no longer crystalline, but more ghostly form of the crystalline shape you guys saw before. Which you guys didn't see the body hanging by chains back then. You didn't get far enough into the hallway before he bolted past.
Depending on how things go, he ran looking for you guys. He was looking for his friends and he was panicking. He ended up shooting his friends again.
I am full focused on healing Lena.
You guys are out of initiative now. Now that
Well,
Azarath
I'm
is
gonna
down.
cast healing word anyway because she was
Okay, are you just gonna
That's
do
a
healing
mindset.
word, or are you gonna do the greater healing potion?
both.
So 44 plus 4, and then whatever your healing word heals.
Feel that word.
So, if we're doing a healing word, and greater healing potion, we don't think so. And have the
Also, don't worry. It was instant karma for me shooting you down because you're gonna wake up being waterboarded to look down and see I'm bleeding out.
Just looks down.
Peter falling down the stairs.
Yamcha.
No, Lena's in the Yamcha death pose. She's wow, that almost moved right on.
Even though I allocated dodge it, I got stabbed in the gut and then greatsword.
But you guys,
11.
11.
You know, you did.
Yeah.
the
is
end.
that total from both or just one?
From 1.
You think I was
Okay.
facing you? Your echo to me
That's
looked
from
like a
healing word.
demon.
Do
I
I
was
roll the
probably
dice
looking
for
at the
the
demon.
Greater healing
I
potion?
can't fucking find my weapons.
Do I roll the dice for the greater healing?
Yes,
potion?
4d4 plus 4.
Okay.
Oh no! He's doing. Oh.
But as that, you see him walking, well, more so floating down the hallway towards you guys. And then behind you, back at the doorway, back at Azarath, you whip around again as you see a bright white light shaped humanoid, like kneeling by Azarath's body, and 2 white feathery wings furl out from its back. And Mencho, you feel like you recognize this figure from when those two got their visions about the pedestals and the beasts.
Wait, what? Sorry, I was trying to find a Lego brick death note.
A bright white, feathery, winged humanoid in a white cloak is kneeling next to Azarath, and a bright white light is glowing from their hands. And you recognize them.
As though it was so fucking like normal to say. I'm so fucking off.
I don't know where it is. It's just gone from my
Anyway, Nensho, you feel like you recognize them from the day all four of you got split, and the two of them had their visions of the pedestals and the beasts, and you had a figure that looks very similar to this, with a female voice, tell you that your parents were alive, but you would not like the state of them. And you watch as he places hands on Azarath.
You hit me!
No, you got me too. Don't worry.
It went up into my nose.
Jesus.
You have paper towels?
You awake now, Orion?
No, I think I'm still.
No, I think that's a new roll.
Andrew gets it first.
But you watch as
So going.
as the red
Fuck you!
as the red
Fight for your life.
as the red mist humanoid that you guys know as Derek immediately begins to yell and scream, and you watch as green chains grab his ethereal arms and legs and begin pulling him back down the hallway. But as darkness claims you, you end up.
He's in this campaign too?
This.
With.
Anyway, it's cool.
You end up becoming gasping to breath, sitting in a chair made of stone, and sitting at a table that I can only describe as a stone dwarf, almost as if it was built purely out of stone by dwarves, version of the Knights of the Round Table.
What do I remember?
Everything. And you look up across the table at you, and you see a silhouetted dwarven shape, holding a hammer beside him, sitting in a massive chair across from him.
I have an idea of what this probably is, but it's something that Azrael would do together.
I will say you feel an overwhelming sense of power, and the silhouette of that hammer looks very familiar to one that you carry. And you hear a voice that you have only heard once before when you got your visions. And you feel a power that you, again, have only felt one other time, which is when you received your visions of the pedestals. And a deep dwarven voice, but his features are also different from a dwarf. They're actually very much like yours. You see ears that are more pointed than normal. His arms are thinner and longer than a normal stocky dwarf. And there's just enough faint glow of green light emanating from the hammer that instead of like a thick brown like beard and hair, it's blonde and still rough, but nicer for a dwarf. But he looks very much like you, but leans a little. You lean more dwarf. It seems like from what you can tell, they lean almost perfectly half and half. And he speaks and says, Azarath Goldforge, in the space between life and death, as well as being in my strongest point of power on the material plane, we have been afforded a chance to speak. The threat you face that you call Derek is actually named Ronogal Aga, which you recognize that name from some notes you found the first time you fought Baldman. And then the man you know as Seldrin Hedravesh, the leader of the cult, is actually a body snatcher named Philnim Jalin. For now, until Philnim's followers find a new host to steal, he is not an issue. But he will return. But Ronogal is a different story. Ronogal's body and soul are split apart. His body contained in that temple. His soul is being weakened by the other pedestals. The pedestals in Aurelian and Destiny Islands being destroyed gave him enough power to give his soul a somewhat physical, crystalline form. But Aurelian was somehow restored recently. And with the discharging of your hammer, he doesn't. You don't know how, but he doesn't know how either.
No, I find it funny. You looped it into the story, and even God is like, what?
But Aurelian was somehow restored recently, and your strike that discharged the hammer. Sorry. But Aurelian was somehow restored recently, and with it, so too is its pedestal, weakening Ronagal. And your strike that discharged the hammer has weakened him enough to remove his physical form. But since the Destiny Islands pedestal is still destroyed, he is still able to possess people that are willing or have been beaten down enough. Meaning, for the moment, they are both less of threats. For the moment. Now, Azrath, what he said about that pedestal, about the hammer only being able to be recharged by stealing power from the pedestals is true. The hammer will help you fight him. Both of them. And the more pedestals you steal power from, the stronger the hammer will get. But the more you drain the pedestals, the stronger Ronagal's soul will become. But whatever you do with that information is up to you. But he will never be able to be fully destroyed without the hammer. But no matter what you do not let the pedestal sealing his body be drained, destroyed, or corrupted. If this pedestal is ruined, his soul will be able to retake his body, and we cannot let that happen. And that last statement is intense. It reverberates around the whole room, and everything shakes. And the green light emanating from the hammer grows even brighter. Make a perception check for me.
Oh,
I will let you decide if Azarath can roll normally, or if you think Azarath would be rolling with disadvantage. Whether it be everything that just happened, everything that is happening, both, I will let you decide if it is normal or with disadvantage.
well, I have 2 dice in my The gods are in my favor.
I see a 2.
So that's an 18 and a 19 on the dice.
Nice.
They really a lot.
Well, then you can roll in that for damage.
Don't worry, the damage was 3d10 plus 5. That's why it hurts so much. That is a 17.
Okay. In this moment, you get kind of a. This whole thing is shaded, and everything you see is in silhouettes, including the chairs, the table. The only way you knew these are of dwarven make is the immediate what you can see around you. The chair you're in, the edges of the table that you can see, and what you can kind of see with your dark vision. But with this flash of bright green light, you see that each of these chairs have symbols on the head. You can't see the one behind Mordir, or behind Mordir's head, because no. You can see like the top. You can see half of it behind Mordir's head, and you get the feeling it's his holy symbol. Like just the half of it you can see, it's what people use as like the symbol of hair. But the other chairs, you see symbols briefly, but you don't recognize any of them, except for one. The bloody fist that is the symbol of the cult is adorned on one of these chairs in the same way his holy symbol is adorned onto his. And
I try to memorize these symbols as much as I can. I feel like I'm not going to.
also need to tell you how many chairs there are.
God has given his spiel. Fuck off. What are we waiting on? Are we waiting for me to get his? What happens next? He said I was on the brink of life or death. Which would be really funny if you guys
Including the ones that he is sitting in and you are sitting in, which you don't see the symbol of the one you are sitting. Because again, this is just kind of a quick, brief thing.
Yeah.
There are a total of 8 chairs, and one of them has that bloody fist symbol of the cult. And at that same moment, you see this white glow begin emanating from like basically 2 handprints on your chest, and you feel your wounds beginning to close. And Mordir continues and says, "Seems my ally is early. I wish to let you ask questions, but it seems we only have time for 3. You may ask 3 questions, or you may trade in 2 questions for a small favor. Ask quickly before time runs out." Essentially above table, and I'm gonna move back to them for a moment to give you time to think about this. You can ask. You essentially have a free commune spell with him. Slightly stronger, you don't have to ask just yes or no questions. But it is like a quick, brief question with a quick, brief answer if you go the commune route. Or you can ask 1 quick question, and all of the questions he'll answer to the best of his abilities, and get essentially a genie wish without the high possibility of it backfiring.
Yeah.
But it'll just be essentially be like you give him a quick question and then a quick like, I want this as a favor, and he'll do the best of his ability to fulfill that favor. But it'll ultimately, because of how quick you gotta be about it, it'll be kind of vague. What you are requesting. So go ahead and
So
unless you have anything right
do I
now,
need to necessarily say and do cash in the favor, or can I ask the first question?
you can ask the first question and then go from there.
Okay.
So I'll give you a minute to think about that. I meant to describe what I just described happened there at this point, but I got my order a little wrong. But yeah, you guys witness all of that, and you see that this almost angelic looking figure with a white cloak is healing Azrath's wounds. And you see bright green chains pulling the ethereal form of Derek it back further down the hallway. What do you guys do? And you have come to consciousness to see all of this. And getting waterboarded. The most epic waterboarding you can receive.
Wait, not say.
And I got also in character for me.
Like, hear me word. I probably should have done this the other way.
Oh yeah.
What are you guys doing at this moment?
I do nothing.
I'm assuming he's still unconscious.
I will try to help the essentially the person that is healing Azarath from being pulled away.
Okay. Make a perception check for me.
Is that hurt?
He didn't want to taste what he ate for a second time.
No, I hate it. It's not gone away. It's gotten worse.
So I would at least be able to get more than a yes or no.
Yes, it'll still be a quick, brief answer, but it's more than a yes or no. It's like a slightly stronger commune if you go with all 3 questions.
Okay.
So What do you? Perception
Yes, I am waiting on the perception check.
for Andrew, yeah.
Yes, just wait.
22.
All right, as you walk up and begin helping heal Azra, you actually see the like faint silhouette of a facial shape behind the hood. This seems to be some sort of like female, and just based on the facial shape and the wings, this doesn't and the cloak, this doesn't seem like an angel like you probably thought at first. This is probably in line with an Aesop.
Because my goal was I wanted to help her, essentially help the person
Yes.
from being pulled away.
Yeah, the perception you are helping. That's just kind of since you are like up close and like right there.
Yeah.
That is what you are able to see.
Okay.
You gather that they are probably some sort of Aesop, but their wings are much larger
Mhm.
and much more feathered, and they're likely being female.
Would Lily know what an ASMR is?
I mean, you're somewhat familiar with the races of the world. I wouldn't say ASMRs are rare by any means. You know that they, I'd say, unless you think when you've heard of an ASMR and you can track that this is an ASMR.
Yeah.
But if you feel like Lily would know a little more than that, ASMRs are basically like humanoids with a little bit of angel. And they can either be full like feathered wings or they can be fallen apes, where their wings are borderline non-existent.
So unless your lore is different for your campaign, pretty much they're rare, but not like possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
And
she was kind
they
of,
are. I'd say anything you feel like Lily wouldn't have learned because of like largely growing up on her own, you probably would have heard about from the
and
Traveler.
no,
Because the
forest.
Traveler talks about
Yeah.
everything all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Like Lily is probably wouldn't be very talkative if it wasn't for the fact that the Traveler borderline raised her after you got separated from your family.
Yeah.
Like you can just say no if you want to, but in my mind, the Traveler is essentially a second parent figure. Because you were together for like
Essentially, yeah.
you were with your parents for 10 years,
Yeah.
and then until you were 10 years old, shit happened,
Yeah.
and then the Traveler pretty much
Yeah,
guided
no.
you for the
You're
rest.
right. I just didn't put that together.
Again, you don't have to think of it that way, but
Oh no, you're 100% right. I just didn't put that together.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. You're right.
um,
But I can see her having faith that he can handle his own.
all right, you guys see as like yelling and screaming, this ethereal form of Derek is pulled back into the hallway until you can't see him anymore. All you see is a dull green glow from the end of the hall.
Bye, asshole.
Before he like fully goes away, he's just
And you guys see Azrath starting to rise to consciousness. And
Oh,
the
good. I don't have to.
and
Oh,
as
he's on feet.
and as you guys look down at him rising to consciousness, you pick your heads back up, and that cloaked, feathered figure is gone. So, as your body is starting to rise to consciousness, let's move to your questions and or favor.
First question.
Are you that the final boss from last campaign? With the cloak guy?
No, this is like a white cloak,
Okay.
angel-looking figure.
It's a bitch. I remember what you had him look.
It was the Black Knight set. But he was basically like just a buff asshole.
Well, because he had the black lantern. We styled on him, and then he went, yeah, no,
He
he's
didn't-
good death.
No, and then he used the Infinity Stones to separate your minds and soul
Yeah.
from your body.
He didn't.
Out of
Just.
text, this is weird.
Yeah, no, it was Bonker.
So, for the record,
And Shenron was there. No, sorry, I used Purunga.
he,
No, I used Shenron.
he
Which-
combined
which
the
one? Was it the long one or the buff one?
It's Shenron.
he combined the Dragon Balls, the Green Lantern rings, and the fucking Infinity Stones, and then he erased.
No, just the Infinity Stones.
So he was using all of the Lantern rings.
Just
That?
No, that's right.
because you guys killed him and then he came back.
He had other. He had some.
You had some Infinity
Oh,
Stones.
that has orange one.
Blue. Red space.
I know Blast could essentially make an army of zombies.
He had the orange and yellow because that's how he separated your minds and soul from your body. He used the mind and soul stone to separate your minds and soul.
No, I mean Lantern.
Yeah, you guys didn't. I don't think you guys had it. He had the black. You guys killed him, and then he came back with the black.
If you have both.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway,
Yes.
moving on to you as you feel your wounds being healed and your consciousness starting to.
I'll start off with a question of whether parents and the mother are alive. Because Aurelian heard mention of Aurelian's back. He doesn't know if the people, or even specifically someone who wasn't would be alive.
He kind of closes his eyes for a second and says, "Yes, all three are alive."
Don't have any questions. But remind me, because this is very parting.
And I will say above table, he can't do anything to help the hand.
No, remind me, what was the deal with dad?
He is, as far as you guys knew, once he was freed from Derek's control, he was unconscious and still has not woken up. But you guys haven't checked on him since Nencho's mom took him home.
That's what I couldn't remember all of the stuff that happened.
Yeah. Last you knew, Nencho's dad was under his own influence, but comatose. You don't know if he's woken up since.
Which I guess would trying to think more how to word this. I just bring my line of thought, but
So he still has 2 questions.
Unless he goes for the fake.
I was going to use it to bring back like the mayor or something, but the mayor's still alive. So. But poor dear just said, use it.
I used the wish to bring them back. I want them to disappear.
No, kill Lena.
Feel free.
No,
Believe me, I
Wild
want
mother
to
pops in. Fuck you.
as a favor, would you be able to restore Lena's body?
I could not do what even the wild. I cannot do what even the wild mother could.
Wild mother.
Her wounds persisting are due to Derek, or, as I have informed you, Ronokon. Due to his blood magic. There's nothing I can do.
Sir doesn't have to think for himself. He's trying to think of what traumatic experience a party member has gone through.
If you want something vague, like strengthen the party, you can give something vague.
Oh, fair.
It'll, depending on what it is, it may just take me time to figure out, like, how that favors.
Consider time is starting to fade, and he can't think of any one particular.
Yeah, you are
thing.
kind of like blending between reality and
At
this
most
place that you are in.
would be to help bolster the party in our time of crisis. We're fighting the end of the world, and we are a group of adventurers.
I mean, we nearly went down to the dragon bitch. Let alone.
Well, they almost did. You did. I.
That is the favor I'm asking. Is we are simply mortals apparently trying to fight a god over the end of the world. Whatever power or strength you can receive would be much appreciated.
He says, nods, says, very well, and begins slamming his hammer. And with each slam, you feel your vision like flicker between like reality and this place until eventually your eyes like shoot open and you come gasping back to life with Lily over you and
Who did I shoot
and
this time?
All of us.
Yes.
All of us.
you are unconscious with 1 hit point. 1 hit point of damage. You're unconscious again.
At some point, would have realized when
I
one
can hit someone without feeling.
But actually, you are at full hit points.
So no, I feel full.
Yeah.
So when Warrior was alluding to the fact that that was probably I was under an illusion or deception, I was like, oh no. What are the odds I gunned at my friends again? I
You
dropped
definitely
one.
see bullet wounds.
I dropped one of them. I wake up. Who did I shoot?
You get clocked by Lena answering your question.
Hold on. I got
No, you get like a fucking frying pan to the face.
this one.
Is it?
This. But I did the gift I just sent.
Alright, you just look at
I'm revealing for that.
Jesus isn't in this world, Zach.
I looked at the hand. It's still on me.
It is still on your back. Or if it was in your hands, it's by your side.
I had to sling it to pull out the gun.
Fair.
And the gun is on.
And yeah. Your gun's on the ground and your hammer is where you usually keep it.
I can't wait until you slap with something else.
Don't worry. I can do it for you.
You're still not as good as SpongeBob.
No, it's not gonna freak me.
So I fling the gun, I hold the hammer.
Jack just says, Mordier's test was different than I thought. And he just kind of starts walking his way out of the temple. He is exhausted.
What happened?
You shot all of us and you knocked out Lena.
You went. I did that. I checked. I like to imagine it's because it's usually like bolt action almost, even though it's double barrel, which is a little weird.
Yeah.
I like to imagine that there's
D&D gun.
actually
It's
a
a-
slot where I can put in a mag and magnum, and I only have one mag every day. And I effectively go,
Yeah, it's right here.
And here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and there.
I showed it to Zach, but you weren't listening, but you just wear Lena has just a
But above table, you got the feeling that what he told you about Philnim and Ronogal, they both need to find new bodies. Ronogal will have, they'll both have a hard time, but you feel like Ronogal will become a threat sooner than Philnim Jolin will. But you feel like you guys have some breathing room.
okay.
But you also have a decision to make as to whether you steal power from the pedestals and how many pedestals you steal power from. But he told you, don't take it from this one, because he'll be able to take back his body, and that is really, really, really bad. But you need some power in the hammer to be able to defeat him. So he's like, you need to take at least one to be able to defeat him, but this is up to you. He is not and cannot make that decision for you.
Yeah, so I say some of that. Also, sorry, Lena, not even more here could fix.
what?
Out of context. Although somehow Aurelian is back. Somehow.
Fine now.
That's something I don't think you would know about.
Oh,
You hear Aurelian, and you're like, What the fuck is that?
No.
And you, I feel like you would have heard it from Yen Sid that it is a city of dwarves and elves that was
100 years ago.
destroyed.
I know. I kind of see what it's all
Yen Sid is old.
It was almost exactly a century ago, plus
Yes.
a few months.
Yeah. So you would have heard about a city named Aurelian that was destroyed.
Would I know about it? Assuming I know.
That's if he feels like
It was
Azeroth would
wrecked
have
so
told you.
hard, it's still on the map as ruins, right?
Yes.
Would you have told me about it?
About
Based on your backstory?
yeah, I mean how everyone I
Okay.
basically
Um,
perished.
What's up?
Isn't the cult destroying the pedestals?
Or trying to corrupt it.
Corrupt them,
The
destroy.
first one that you guys went to in the desert, it seemed like they were trying to corrupt it. On Destiny Islands, it seemed like they destroyed it.
So either way, they're after you
Yeah,
do
what-
stuff to the pedestal anyway. So either way, those pedestals are losing power.
What does the wild mother? Because it's not mercy.
I'd say because you're more unique. Meeting with like worship of her, I'd say it's up to you, but generally they are very like flowery, very like the interpretations I've heard generally are more of like they look like a doorway made out of like branches and trees and leaves and flowers. But your interpretation of what your holy symbol looks like is up to you.
What's word? Did I see a symbol?
I think
of
Well,
that?
No, the only symbol on the chairs you recognized, like you knew none of them were of the gods.
Okay.
The only one you recognized is the bloody fist of the cult. Maybe slightly older, slightly different, but the base form factor is the same.
So Lena, I believe I did mention this in the backstory, but it was very like one like monochrome. But Lena did already worship.
Oh, that's right.
It's not like
Well, still, that is generally what the holy symbols look like, but holy symbols are also unique to the person and the connection they have with their god or goddess.
because I believe I didn't turn my shield.
Yeah, but generally it is like an archway made out of branches and leaves and trees.
I assume that's what.
But no, you know those symbols were not of any of the gods.
While I still fresh in my memory, I pull out pen and paper and I start scribbling the rough outline that I can partially remember.
All right, make a
Intelligence?
make an intelligence check.
I get history or no?
Yeah, I'll say history. That would make the most sense.
Not
Joke's
necessarily.
on me, I don't even have history.
Oh, that's right. Because
It's more of him being able to recollect what the symbols looked like in that brief flash as he saw.
Gorgo Mortier was the human or person.
Mortals.
Thank you.
Was a mortal that became a god.
So
I'll say
Even just sketches, just a vague idea.
I'll say you're able to get 5 of them, including the one you already know, the bloody. Well,
Yeah.
you have Mordirs, the bloody symbol, and 3 others. Which I'll have to find the notes as to what those look like because they're not on here, but I will get that.
because you haven't done it.
No, they're just buried in my fucking notes somewhere else, and I don't feel like searching for
We
it.
could bring those together. Other than
Do I recognize one of them?
None of you recognize any of these aside from the bloody fist.
Too bad we
And
don't
more
have legend
deers.
lore. This would be really easy.
So good. It sounds like we bought ourselves time by accident, just by interfering with.
Also, Jack is just gone. He left the temple entirely. But also, just keep in mind they haven't seen what's at the end of the temple. If you feel like Wrath would show, or if you guys feel like you'd be curious as to what was there.
or 1,000 illusions.
I was under an illusion. I don't even know if that was.
You do still see a faint green glow coming from it.
I go poke my head over into the temple area.
You see what I described to you, just without truth order.
Oh god, my
I follow.
I think we should.
yeah.
You guys see what I described.
The crystalline guy.
Yeah, but looks like an actual body. It's like a Goliath body, but instead of the black markings, they are like a deep blood red, and he has horns that go from his forehead over the top of his bald head down to the middle of his back. Just like the crystalline form, just an actual body.
We should. I think we're all tired. Contact you.
I'm also done with this game.
Can I throw a rock at the crystal guy?
It's an actual body, but you do, and it just you see a green orb around him just kind of emanate, and it bounces. You get the feeling it is trapping him inside and keeping other things out.
So the awkward walk back where after I gunned down my friends.
Which you guys leaving the cave,
One could
you
say
actually
it's a walk
do
of
see
shame.
Jack out there, and he's just kind of he is like he's not actually moving, but the way he's laying is almost like he's about to make snow angels, but more of just he's exhausted and
Starfishing.
being partially white dragon. The cold is essentially his way of relaxing. And he says, if you guys give me like 24 hours, I can fly you wherever you want to go next.
What's the closest town? It's not about close.
The closest town would be Keister, where you guys came from and where Lily's sister.
But how long would it
For him to fly there, just couple hours. He is an adult white dragon.
take? It's also
So let's see.
The town we were
Days.
The town.
Or no, sorry, 1 day.
Gift cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it took a day.
Bought it. Oh, it was in it, Mike.
No, you guys have your stuff. And one of them was yours, and the other one was
Okay.
because you have a small cart and a mule. They have a big cart and a
I think
draft
we
horse.
probably left
No, I'm the draft
those specifically.
Sorry,
That's just. Not that
You have a smaller horse, and they have a bigger horse that's better for carrying a bigger
we have a wagon. I have a wagon,
wagon.
with 2 mules.
Yeah.
That's what it was. And you have a smaller cart with a draft horse.
Who?
But yeah, he says if you guys give me like, or no, not even 24 hours. He's like, you give me a good night's rest, I can fly you guys wherever you need to go. Above table, he can do his dragon form once per long rest. If he drops to 0.
Oh.
Like he will, what it is when he drops to 0, he pops back up at 1 and turns into an adult white dragon. And you get the feeling that is a boon from Mort. And give me a religion check. Because why not?
What about our...
Could he bring
12.
Could he bring our horse and whatnot?
Actually, no, I believe we had you guys leave them there because it's snow and your carts weren't equipped for.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
also said it was that close.
Yeah, it was also really close. I
Yeah,
believe
so
you guys
think
just
we-
walked.
Yeah.
It was either a day or a half day's trip.
It was a day that turned into 2 days because he rolled a really bad survival check.
That's right.
I do bring back up. Somehow Aurelian back. That is very concerning. Considering Mouse's entire civilization that was wiped off the, almost wiped off. It was wiped off the
Not
map.
what you wished for.
I didn't wish for anything.
One thing.
I wished for
That's one question.
No, again, you guys don't know what you wished for.
Yeah,
You guys just stood on the pedestal. No, he's talking in character. He knows what he wished for.
Oh, yeah.
He's talking as Azrath. You guys in character, you have no idea. You don't know that was a wish spell. For you, you just stood on the spot and your sister appeared. You stood on that spot, a Keyblade appeared. You stood on that spot, you almost died for no reason and got nothing.
Yes. But I would
Man,
very much appreciate it if we can go check. Apparently, my parents are alive now.
Wow, you have those? Lucky.
I went 100 years
You're
without them.
Lucky.
After
no,
100
your
years,
parents
I'm
alive.
lucky.
She's
Yeah.
alive now, but she's alive. Yeah.
Difference
As long as I didn't know that.
between mine
Yeah.
and mine were dead.
Hey, your dad's alive. Just sleep.
And a bitch.
And
And a bitch.
Hey, I imagine him as Yami from Black Clover.
A hot bitch. A hot bitch.
Yami.
you did.
You
name
named him Yami.
Oh yeah,
You
it was
literally
really
named
Black
him.
Clover.
You named him Yami Kyoto.
Creative.
Hey, that name's Darkness.
But yeah, I'm just bringing that up.
Yeah,
It's
you,
one of the ways.
Also, there's a pedestal at Berlin that got restored somehow. It's concerning when a god says somehow. Somehow.
Somehow.
An entire civilization returned. Somehow you're alive, and somehow
You let me fly now?
but I will say, like, it is a weird quirk that you're like, Truthorn's alive, but he didn't die at Aurelia.
different.
Yeah.
Yes, we can find it.
Something might be fishy there then.
But Jack says, I'll fly you guys wherever you need to go. Just give me a night to sleep.
Would he be able to bring our hair?
No, probably. Sister, yes. Horses and carriage, no.
So
Speaking, if you guys can go back to the town and take your horses and carriages to wherever you want to go next, or you can leave them there for now, I will say he will be the captain of the guard, make sure that they're taken care of, and fly you guys. He is essentially a fast travel point for you guys to get wherever you want to be next.
Okay.
If you want to stop
the
at this
one time.
city first, get Lily's.
One time then?
At the moment, yes.
I also have an infinite bag of holding it. That was it.
Yeah, you have a bag of holding, and I believe I've given you a black hole, right? Portable black hole,
He has a
right?
portable.
Yeah, I've given you a portable hole, right?
But he can the golden back.
What?
yeah, I'm portable hole in it. Which
But yeah, you have pedestals you can go see. You have Nensho's people you can go see. You have Lena's visions you can go do.
Jack would at least want to fly back. So if we just check on the place real quick and fly back. Or
Yeah.
And again, Lily's sister is still in that town too.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we go back to that town, rest. Even the dragon guy needs.
Well, you're gonna end up needing to take a long rest before you
Yeah.
even reach the town.
Oh,
So either way, you're gonna get he'll be able to use his dragon form again before you reach the town. It's more of, do you want to rest here at the cave, or do you want to try and tough it out in the wild?
oh, we're all resting here then.
The items I have is a crusty gilded old man box. What
I don't remember this either.
I don't remember either.
Inbox.
You should screenshot that and send
So, what do you guys do next?
The other day, how far away is Rent? I thought it wasn't. We were planning on.
Actually, hold up.
I believe it's like 3 or 4 day travel.
No, scratch that. We were already planning on going to Brecca after this next, and Aurelia
that's
is
right.
on the way to Brecca.
I will say
There's a
the
section
vision
where
of him saying go to Brecca. Your wish has changed that. Because he was originally going to have you go there to try and, like, get rid of, like, find a way to get rid of Ronagal's crystalline form. Your wish has inadvertently done that.
Oh, because it popped up a new seal that was freshly sealed. Oh, that. I hate to feel like pity for the enemy evil BDEG, but somehow the seal popped up. He's like, God fucking damn it.
you'll talk.
Oh, also, his body has, like, a red glow emanating from his stomach. Oh. No, it's like there's a red flashlight inside of his.
So the wild shape forms that you edited,
Uh-huh.
say I'm a large beast when I
Yes.
transform. I would assume that means I can carry 2 people.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't hold the whole party despite having a +5 strength.
No. Especially with how stocky Azarath is.
Shortest one here. I guess shotgun and shit.
He already did.
those two.
Open wide.
Okay,
I
so
don't think it's done from
we are resting here because we don't want to risk.
So again, you do have Lily's tower. The other side of it is risking an encounter with travel.
Yeah.
Especially when those two are probably pretty low.
I can always fly there. Because I assume flight speed at 70 would be faster than walking pace, right? And
Yeah, a
there's no
little bit.
time limit necessarily stated for wild shape.
Well, I thought it does have an hour. That's what.
Equal to half my so
3
3 hours.
And half.
So I get 3 hours of flight at almost double my
You wouldn't make it unless you'd probably have to use all of your wild shapes.
I only have one.
So you wouldn't be able to make it before. You wouldn't be able to make it to town without a long.
Yet again, we are not.
We'll
in
just take
super rush.
along in this. Have ration.
I cast.
Oh right.
Yep, you guys cast the tower
I was
within the
checking
cave.
my spell slots if I had enough spell slots.
Well,
for it.
I believe the tower's ritual, isn't it?
No.
No.
I don't know. But
Maybe
it's a 3rd level spell. I have a 3rd.
Okay. Oops. It sounds like they're back and don't know how to unlock the door anymore. Mom is drunk. It's definitely mom being drunk.
Yeah, it's not ritual. It's just.
Yeah.
Or you.
Hello, everybody.
You
I had some chocolate teas. They were very yummy, but very high in alcohol. Got my hair done.
looks nice.
Thank you. It's all crazy now, though. It's smaller. A little boo-hoo. Me. Oh, we had.
Oh. Anyway, take a long rest. Mark off your guys' long rest. And finally stop feeling dead.
This has been one big roller coaster.
Hey, you got to meet your god.
My God! And one of the first things out of his mouth was somehow Aurelian is.
I don't know if anyone knows this.
I do. My parents are alive. I found out that got down my friends again.
Also, do you guys want me to send you the spelling of Ronagal Agan, and Felnunjalin?
What?
Felnunjalin. The actual name of the guy that took control of Seldrin Havesh's Mr. Baldman's body.
Sure. Please tell us who they are.
Man.
If you could fit it, if we don't get their name.
And label who they are, by the way.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I find it so funny that the cheese was the only one pretty much untouched.
Oh, was it?
Untouched. Yeah.
Untouched.
There's like
You speaking pretty words, ugly man.
I like your funny words, man. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. What?
now I remember why I kept on. Hold up. Oh well.
Damn it, that was stuck in my head.
What?
What I said earlier. Whatever your
Oh, yes.
No, I actually liked it.
Yes. The original.
I like the bloopers.
All right.
The original hilarious.
You like it, say go for what it could have been, not what.
I'm sorry, but the Berserk, 2019 anime, nothing has better bloopers than because straight up, Griffith is a Disney princess. I'm not kidding. In the bloopers.
I like how even SAO bloopers, it's most of it is just Asuna and Ki. That's most of the bloopers that make jokes about that.
Anyway, the next morning arises, and Jack turns into a dragon. Where would you guys like for him to take you?
Where would we want a day trip?
Well, first off, we'd like to go back to town first, pick up Lily's, no matter what we.
Or at least after if you want.
You want to join us? No. Okay.
Well, the whole we spent so long looking for her, and then when the wish brought her to us, and we had a lovely return, like meet up again. No,
Oh,
harder
no,
we're back together, and now we're gonna split up again. I'm not accepting that. This bitch is going with us. If she wants to or not.
You know how much it took me to pin that woman?
I like me and Connor trying to chase you guys, and then those two just. And I just kind of going.
And Lily immediately gave up and didn't even want to try.
Approach. Football tackles.
I like how the short dwarf that doesn't have fucking long legs is one of the fastest members of the party.
And has heavy metal guns with him at all times.
Because dwarves are stocky, so they have the stocky legs, so they're literally like this.
It's
They
not-
are built like this.
It's that extra height I have for being half elf. I'm sorry, that fucking run was hilarious.
Brock from God of War?
Don't remind me of the dog. No, literally, they revealed because of Ragnarok. They like when they were making Ragnarok, they planned to kill him. In reference to being like, yeah, we're killing off the dog. So anytime I'm gonna reference him to the dog. Also, I can bring him back from the dead during his funeral.
Anyway,
Bug with the sigil arrows when you shoot a sigil arrow at
I am well aware of it.
He gets back up.
And she starts walking around.
Hey, how's it going?
No shot. That's
We'll show you it after we're done with the session.
I'll have to boot up the game. No, wait. Shit.
I can literally look up a clip of it on
But
YouTube.
it's so funny. Just his funeral, and if you can go up to him where you like pick him up. He'll just
Anyway,
Holy shit, I need to show my dad that. Try that.
anyway, you guys arrive back in the town.
I feel like his own dad is setting him off now.
Fucking hyena.
It's not us.
I mean, Nathan kind of is.
He's a hyena and a pig. So I can come down? No. Come on, I want to make him piss himself.
Great. I heard this earlier.
We can make it work.
Okay.
Anyway, you guys arrive back in the town, and you expect him to like hide himself, landing somewhere. No, he lands like only 100 feet from the outskirts of the town, and nobody bats an eye.
On second thought, us asking him the rest of the town if he was a dragon. Kind of.
Well, you don't know if they know he's the dragon or if they're just used to a dragon showing up here.
Dragon showing up.
They know they're in the territory of a dragon.
Oh, that's right. We did know that this was the dragons.
Mm-hmm. Like, literally, the note I gave Isaiah was like, play it like you don't know that, or play it like you know there's a dragon around, and that like they're just some random adventurers that are gonna go die fighting a dragon. When in reality, you know that there's no dragon to find, as you are the dragon.
Gotcha.
Even though he took it to the extreme and played it as if he was like, what? There's no dragon here. No dragon whatsoever.
And anyone who ever looked for the dragon came back.
Girl.
But yeah, you guys arrive back in the town. You enter and very easily find your sister tending to the horses and mules.
So, do you want to tell her, or
Your sister died.
Like literally, as she's in the middle of saying,
Like right here.
"Hey, you guys look like shit. What? You died?
A stalagmite.
It fell on
Oh,
the
I'm not
rail.
doing right now.
Stalagmites don't just randomly fall.
Yeah, they did. That one
We
did.
were also fighting a dragon.
She is just like I refuse to understand this. You're alive.
Yeah.
No, you're dead.
Exactly. Everybody's a man.
That way you know.
I did.
Good. Thank you. Are we staying here longer? But you guys are back, so I assume that means everything went
Yeah.
all right, aside from you
Yeah.
dying.
And getting shot. Yeah.
Oh, that's guns besides him.
Oh, it was him. He got my control.
Again,
She just looks at you incredulously, like
I killed
you
her.
are her saviors and her sister's killers.
I didn't kill her the other time. I mortally wounded her and she got healed.
This is the
This
second
time the
he got
healer
my
got
control.
shot. More.
She just looks at you like, who the fuck are you traveling with?
You don't want to know about the baby incident.
You don't want to know.
She's trying to be
Oh, I'm used to that. She's my sister.
So this is your normal? Okay.
She's the normal.
Is she? She's the
Yeah.
werewolf in the group.
I mean, better than eating a baby in a pet store.
A baby in a pet store. That's not her, that's me. A baby in a pet store.
What's the baby who's down with the
It was a profession, perhaps.
It is a pet store that only sells pet babies. They are enchanted to never grow up.
It's boss
What a
baby.
nightmare.
It's like when you name tag a baby cow in Minecraft.
It's only the second worst time to have
It's
it.
a super fucking boss baby.
I've never watched either of the Boss Baby movies.
I saw the first one.
You're not missing it.
All I remember is the baby going.
She's just like, okay, so where are we going now then?
There's actually one particular place.
Next door. No, that's mom's phone.
There's not any one particular place we could go for a day trip on Dragon back.
That's it.
Otherwise,
Aurelian.
Yeah. You guys can.
The sister here
So are they
is Aurelian.
So were they called
That
Aurelianites
it means
or
nothing.
Aurelian
Aurelianins.
Aurelians?
Oh,
No, I feel like Aurelianites feels better.
Oh, we're even traveling by
I've heard that it's to visit these areas, but I thought you were fighting the dragon.
Yes. It was a challenge, apparently.
Yeah, it was a test.
It was a test
What?
for him.
What the fuck have you all been up to? I thought getting abducted and experimented on by a cult was awful.
I talked with
I
my
was
god.
tortured by the cult and then set on fire.
I talked with my god. I found out my parents are alive again somehow.
They died like over 100 years.
Maybe tell.
I asked my god for a favor, and I didn't mention the favor earlier. First time you guys heard I asked for a favor.
Read what it says. It's penis.
Where?
But yeah, is it a day that said why? You're not gonna even answer that, are you?
She just goes back to cleaning the horses. She is overwhelmed. That's all the crazy I can handle today. Shut up.
Then I won't mention the tavern that shows up out of nowhere that I have to cover.
No.
No.
You talked about it, but you didn't actually.
Or the infinite void that I fell into.
We have. Yeah, you forgot it.
The tavern with the barkeep. After
I bought my infinite bag of holding from.
After you went through the mansion with the weeping angels.
Oh, oh,
Oh yeah,
And
they might.
Azarath almost slept himself into infinity. Or no, sorry, wait.
No, that was me.
Yeah, Azarath almost slept himself into infinity.
I also might have put Dad in danger by saving you. I was very overwhelmed.
What one name?
No, we always.
I didn't.
I might have put Dad in danger.
It wasn't even lockpicking. It was like open up a chest.
Oh,
I triggered the trap every time. I should have trapped. You opened up one, and it was a success. Like,
I think she has, but I mean, unless you think that Lily would have called the Traveler Dad around him or around her, I feel like she'd be.
I think she would.
Okay.
Yeah, but like Lily was overwhelmed of like her sister, her mortal sister is going to die, and then
Yeah, I think she'd be confused for a second because it's been a hot minute since you've
Yeah.
been together, and then she'd be like to herself, "Oh, the Traveler. What do you mean?"
well, another entity showed up, saying that they could save you. So, in the heat of the moment, I said yes.
Hi.
And the last thing I heard from him was him screaming my name.
Well, that is something we will.
And then the tavern up to no good, and Dad might be in danger.
We will unpack one thing at a time.
Yes.
Lily
says with a like a smile of like, this is okay, like that everything is fine, dog. Like internally screaming, like everything is now clicking, everything happening all at once.
Yeah, she's just like
Now saying it out loud, she's like, fuck.
your sister's like, we'll discuss this later. This is a lot to unpack.
I want to know real quick. So, Lena dropped. Did Jack pass the save or no?
He failed, but he had 70 hit points.
Killed that much? Okay.
Yeah, she healed him a lot.
Okay. Okay. I was trying to see like if I would have accidentally TPK'd if I dropped, like if anyone else failed to save and dropped, and then it's like, and then survive till next turn, single without time.
I think they would have had to make some really, really bad rolls in order for you to kill
Yeah.
I also had metal. If his gun was metal, I could maybe
Yeah.
drop it.
him.
Yeah.
Good to know.
And then I would have been shooting you because you're trying to take my gun.
I could also fireball.
I have evasion.
Anyway,
Yes.
she's like, so we're leaving the horses here to fly on the dragon, yes?
If we have anywhere in mind for a track. Otherwise, we just should go with our full character.
Well, you said you wanted to take the trip to Aurelian, right?
I feel like that would be a more full trip and not just a swing by and maybe.
What?
Well, Aurelian would be like, walking wise, it'd probably be like a week and a half walk and like 6-day travel, like with carriage. So it's not super far, but
Well, that's
it's not a
other location we needed like to stop by for a single day.
I mean, you guys have ways of messaging people, and Nensho's mentioned how he thinks it could be a good idea to get in contact with Yen Sid.
Fly back against it. back here.
You'll have to find out where he is first.
I mean, I could always just.
Yeah, you guys have sender. Both of you, I believe both of you have sender.
I want to say we both
You do sending, you instantly get a response.
You have the I believe you have the Eldritch Invocation that you have 3 people that you can send messages to for free. Unless we didn't take that. I believe you did.
How much would it be?
On your warlock. But are you sending a message to Yensid then?
What would we want to say?
Remember, you have 25 words.
What is the?
Well, I'm naming like
Yeah,
What?
the gist.
the gist. I assume we put it in a way that it would.
I think it's.
Also, I think.
Uh-huh,
25 words.
Mm-hmm.
25 or
So where you like to fill in like
I do, yes.
I don't have it.
one of the people I played with on Wednesday night, remember
I forgot.
you would just try to use X amount of words and then leave enough words to say you may respond in 25 words.
Darkfish.
Which
So
is really funny.
we have
because they
Yeah.
Oh, you have Devil Sight, don't you?
who was
We need to keep remembering Lily has Devil Sight. You're not the only one with dark vision.
he is like a
Lily puts on her glasses
So you
and
have
says,
a-
"Oh."
Magical and non-magical.
going.
You can see through magical darkness. I can see clearly
I can
now.
still see.
The brain
Sorry.
fog's gone.
Oh,
So pretty much we have symbols we want you to take a look at. Slash.
Where are you?
Wait,
Where are you?
where?
So that's pretty much what we. Anything else we want to put into that?
You only recognize literally.
Two.
Well, I only.
instruments of can.
I don't think I recognize it.
So
Also, I don't even.
musical instruments.
Yes.
I forgot that.
All right, here
Which
we
is
go.
how you cast your bard spells.
Yeah.
So if you ever want to like find a fun way of describing how you cast a spell, remember that your instruments are, and it doesn't have to just be your pan flute. If you get more instruments,
Mm-hmm.
you can like cast your spells using different instruments in different ways.
As a bard, you already have 3 instruments. You might only own one of your instrument proficiencies, but you at least have 3 different.
Yes. All right. Anyway, what is your message?
Enough playing. Hi, Yen Sid.
Not syllables, it's full word.
His name is actually.
I believe it's
His name is. His first name is Yen, and his last name is Sid.
We're not doing this.
It's spelled.
fine. In my world, it's two words until we, in the future, find out canonically.
Okay. Yen Sid. There's no hyphen like.
Hyphen doesn't fucking matter.
Hi, Yen Sid. We would
Oh, it's actually.
you to look at these 3 symbols as well as know where you are.
EP poo.
Well, I saw how many words you had left, and that's what came to me.
And then that just makes me think of the I love you. by taking shit.
You shit my. That's it. I shit. Yensid, we have these 3 symbols we'd like you to look at. Also, where are you? I shit mine.
On God.
He looks at the message.
Oh, what 25 words?
What? Also, I'm not drunk.
What the hell are you on? Does it have to be 25?
Yes.
Have to be.
It's 25 or less, but my requirement to use it is 25.
So I want each of you to roll me a d20. If the one person that rolls high enough, or the one of you that rolls higher than the rest, if that one person rolled high enough, we'll get to determine what city he or town he is, like, essentially kind of where you want him to be. Well, not you.
I got a 16.
I got a 16.
Oh, 5.
Roll again. You two, roll again.
Doesn't count.
Your 16 is like what your score is, but this just determines which one. All right, Azra,
Yeah.
where would you feel is most convenient for Jensen to be nearby? Because you guys have many goals you could go achieve right now. You could go to Aurelian, you could go after Nathan's stuff, you could go after Nensho's parents.
Arguably, would Yensid have noticed that Aurelian is back? Since he's been around for so long, he's known the city this
That's
and
that's
if
true.
he supposedly appeared.
What investigate?
You're telling me he wouldn't investigate it?
Yeah.
He did a matchbook.
You guys have also been traveling for a hot minute since then.
That's just purely
So-
my realistic.
You
If he
do have.
noticed,
He definitely would have noticed, but I'm gonna stand by what I said.
I have a feeling he would be there because there's no way an entire civilization reappears with probably a population going,
what happened to the apocalypse we were facing?
what the
A
hell?
moment ago.
The sky was turning red and dripping blood. What the?
Because realistically, there were survivors other than you as well, right?
Fricka.
So 100 years have passed for these four
But
survivors
also,
that don't even
keep in mind, it's up to you if Azarath would think of this. Aurelian's not far from Brecca.
Aurelian
And
is
the
on
people
How
who
loud would it be?
I believe on the map I double checked. We are at X Mountain.
it's
or
like
the city
between,
X Mountain.
yeah, it is between you and Brecca.
Literally Aurelian and Brecca.
Yeah.
Straight line.
So unless you don't think he would think about it, Azarath would be well aware that people from Brecca will probably have gone to Aurelian, which means Azarath could very well run into people from Brecca. And you don't know how much word has spread of the killing of the mayor and the hammer.
Wait, I have this guy.
So you would like Jensen to be near Aurelian.
Yes.
Makes the most sense anyway. All right.
Jensen is just like, what do you mean?
But he receives your message, and he says, "Very well. I will see what I can do. I am quite busy researching the resurgence of an entire city right now. I'm in Aurelian." And that's
So where's
He has nothing to say about me shitting my.
no.
This is probably not the first time you've filled in the sentence.
Yes,
I think you did do it one other time.
Oh,
I don't know if it was
I sent
Jensen.
him multiple messages, and one of them was just straight up.
Oh yeah.
It's like that.
So, well, what are you going to say?
He's Aurelian. Or Aurelian. I keep trying to say Aurelian.
It's because that's an enemy from Risk of Rain.
These are too many coincidences. It's almost like fate is set today. I'll be being excited.
All right. You
What's
guys,
up?
you guys all climb back onto the back of the.
Imagine how horrifying it would be. Like, if that's Eldritch concept, you have to like literally roll dice to see if you accomplish it.
I mean, Daniel and Zalton did it, kind of.
Including rolling dice.
Like, that's how long would we stay? Otherwise, would Jack just go back and we walk back?
No, he's waiting outside the city for you guys. Unless you guys tell him we don't want to go anywhere right now. He's assuming you. It seemed to him like you were just picking up her sister and heading out.
Pretty much.
So unless you guys tell him that you want to take some time in the city, like he can stay in this dragon form for a full 24.
And worst case,
I don't think we need anything
Yes.
that we didn't buy already because we bought a bunch of stuff before we went on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outside of literally just making sure we're not going to starve on the trip.
guys, I know we're going to a brilliant. Don't call me Azra. Call me
we all simultaneously.
Getting dominated again.
My hands are moving on its own.
I'm loading the explosive bomb.
You're always being dominated. Yes, I did mean
I guess
that.
Lino's at the top now. We all know Nathan is though.
I have the highest strength of the party, so yes. That's fair. Why are you just staring at a wall?
No, he's reading. He's in his books.
Well, you ignored everybody here.
What?
He does not know where that is.
Oh, what you doing?
All right. So
But you guys also see me snap. You guys also see like I don't think we go with an actual or was it like something?
I think we went with an actual hat.
You guys think you can put on a hat, snap my fingers, and I look like a normal dwarf instead of this
Or-
weird combination.
Oh my god, he's handsome now.
Full handsome Squidward moment. By the way, side tangent. They did their campaign 3 wrap up stream last night or Thursday night, and I guess Travis is in the thing right now that he has to do mocap. So he is clean shaven, which he has not been in years.
Oh my goodness.
So the whole Beacon Discord chat, the whole stream, was calling him Handsome Squidward. It was so
I
good.
don't even know what
Like, he hasn't been clean shaven since Vox Machina.
Yeah.
And that also got his haircut, like how he had it at the beginning of Vox Machina. Anyway, you guys all board the back of the dragon and fly off to Aurelia. And as you guys approach, he, in his deep dragon voice, says, "By the way, you won't be landing. Hopefully you have a way to stop yourselves." And as you guys are nearing the edge of the city, he just kind of barrel rolls, and you guys all go falling off of his back towards
Do we even? I accept my fate.
the ground. I know at least one of you has feathers.
I can just transform into a.
You can do that.
From how high did we get dropped?
Couple 100 feet. He's a dragon right now.
Well,
What do you think's gonna happen if a dragon flies over a city within attacking range?
Check max health. There's a 50-50 chance I survive max fall damage. And I cannot instantly die even if we roll max.
I don't have that.
I'll just be one of the people who survive the fall to heal.
so
Yeah.
You don't have featherfall either, do you?
What I can do is I can use the death ward on 2 of our.
Don't you touch them?
Yeah.
Sky.
You want to do it on the people that
Isn't there a gold cost to that?
No.
Level stuff.
4th level stuff.
And the traveler requires a doorway.
So wait a minute. Wait. So death ward. If you drop to 0 hit points as a result of taking damage, or instead drops to 1. So in other words, you can fall from like fucking orbit, right? And be reduced to mud. Right?
You turn into flubber.
You literally like stain the ground, right? And then out of the fucking like ashes rises just a like broken, battered at 1 HP.
It's also instantaneous, so you literally go. Oh,
like Gallagher splatter hits everybody.
so
right?
weird.
So what are you guys actually
We are
doing?
big free fall. It's like Lena, I could survive this.
I'm trying to see one of the summon aberrations. I don't know what to do.
No, 10.
It's at 200 feet fall distance,
Holderkin, Salad, and Stars.
which is either a
I
minimum
don't know
of
what it
20
is.
I'll have to Google it.
Ryan might.
Salad, Beholderkin, Stars.
He's trying to figure out if he can summon one of those to catch him.
Oh, also,
But I don't know.
Fine.
I tried.
Dragons turn into gaseous. Fine. So, big deal.
Do you have control over these things you summon?
I like to imagine like.
We're literally free fall. We're like, okay, ideas, guys.
Comprehension.
I can take it.
What's your max health?
It obeys your verbal command.
Yeah, there is a 0 chance of you dying. At worst, you get to drop to 0 and start bleeding out. But you will not instantly die no matter what.
So,
There is a hefty chance.
Instant death.
That's not what we can't.
Yeah.
you have that death thing with, but
I can keep one of you when it's a touch.
Well, you could also wild fly.
I can in fact turn into something. But it'll probably get me down.
Yeah.
I want to love father, but I don't want to like
How
go
many
over
times
the name.
it's very good from your spores?
Oh, for my spores? Oh, it's
But if it's
5.
4 times your level.
Oh, it's like
Looks like this is a. Oh, behold.
4 hit points per level. So, definitely 8.
It would take you out of its just down bleeding out.
Yeah. No, I have gadgets. I'll be fine.
I mean, technically you can just, unless Lily has something, you can death ward Lily. Let us either survive the fall or bleed out and heal us.
Well, I can just immediately turn into a phoenix. Would they shoot at a phoenix? Probably. I guess they do have a. They have a monster staff.
Depends how long you were in that form and how quickly you decided to. A dragon, an adult dragon, is much scarier. And a rock would be less likely to get shot at.
I remember there was there were archmages.
Especially in Arclight Phoenix.
There were some really,
Oh yeah.
literally mid-fall, like there were some really powerful elven archmages. So the chances you were mistaken as a player at first is there's a chance that you won't be attacked on something.
But what I will say is while I wouldn't allow you to like carry a bunch of people, you can like slow the fall of 2 or 3 people. You just might take some of that damage rather than that.
Well, I'm trying to stop this one. These two can fall.
My body is ready.
Electronic sister is also here.
Oh right.
I'm dwarf falling with my arms
Yeah,
crossed.
it's
I've been
also-
falling
I did faster than ever.
She is like frantically looking through her component patch right now.
You got hurry.
Would Thunderstep help?
It wouldn't stop your momentum.
I would think so. Yeah, I would think so. It would just speed up the process.
You keep all momentum during transportation spells.
That's
You would be
That's how I've always taken it.
in a case of if you could teleport 90 feet and you fall 100 feet, you could cut out 90 feet worth of fall and
Yes.
fall with the momentum of 10 feet as stat damage. But when you're falling
falling
several
hundreds of
feet,
feet. Yeah.
unless you can teleport 500 feet, like Dimension Door.
yeah.
But we're already been falling unless you Dimension Door right away. Oh, we're falling, Dimension Door.
Well, Dimension Door's up to 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're already in the first.
I don't think this tower would help.
No, it's also a ritual cast.
It's also a ritual.
So I can transform into the rock. And yes. Can you smell what the rock is cooking?
It's just a giant bird with a rock's face.
It's just a paper mask.
Don't worry, I'll throw a shot.
Sorry. See you on the ground, Lena.
And then I pick up those Lillian's
Rose.
rose.
Oh, the sister.
Lilybud and Rosebud.
Gotcha.
Death Ward, the sister.
But what if I don't? Not because I want to.
Are you death warding anybody or just catching Lily and Rose?
Yeah. Catching them.
Okay. What's max fall damage, Ryan?
20d6.
What?
Place the bongo gift off. Bum, ba, bum.
Full Wile E. Coyote moment. 71 damage.
I'm unconscious.
Are you unconscious?
I'm dead.
Whoa!
So we literally he just landed. I'm unconscious by 4 points. No, we are prone because we took fall damage. So we literally land.
We'll say you went unconscious because Nensho fell on top of you.
Oh, just. Oh,
you were conscious for a moment, and you're like, "Ah, I'm awake." Oh!
I beat Nensho to the ground. Oh,
I beat Nensho to the ground. I beat Nensho to the.
So it's 71 damage, right?
Yeah, 71 damage. And I had Jack roll it on his character sheet because that made sense.
Just can't believe I fucking lived.
Yeah, Lena, as you like quickly like dive down to the ground at a safe speed with Rose and Lily, you see Nensho like barely conscious sit up, and you're like, "Where's Azarath?" And then you look down and see Azarath's unconscious body under Nensho.
bleeding out.
What's all this light on me?
Also has an
Oh.
so I forgot.
That wouldn't have helped you here, but yeah. It also wouldn't have helped you in the. It wouldn't have helped you in the dragon fight.
Well, I'm just saying in general.
Deliberately that was a successful death save.
Yeah, Nensho is miraculously conscious.
I
Not
like to think Yensid was just like, wait, there was a dragon spotted just above this.
It just lands right next to his tower, and he's like, "Wait, that's that." Why is he alive?
So, anyone gonna heal Azrath before I make him make another death save?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Can I get heals? I'm on 3 dubs.
No, fuck you.
No.
It's Ezra.
Doesn't he only just does a medicine check?
No, I'll use a cure wounds on him.
Azarath is in the Yamcha death pose.
I'll use a cure wounds on Ezra. Don't worry.
Quick, make another death save before he does it.
Heal bots. I need to remember how much a level 1 does. Stop rolling it because you're alive anyway.
Next minutes later. Roll again.
I remember the one time I played a very problematic kobold.
Zach, wasn't thinking if I said.
Joe.
Yeah, he was Jeffy's the Tempest player. He was a problem. So much so that even at some point I was like, "Hey, party, you guys can." He is the problem. The rogue in the party, no hesitation, said, "Sure, stab me in the back with sneak attack. Great." One shot me, kicked my bleeding corpse into the campfire, and we're like, "Jeffy is quiet. The world is at peace." For funsies, I rolled one death save before he burned to death while bleeding out in the campfire. I'm not 20'd it. Wakes up screaming bloody murder just to burn to death within 6 seconds. And that was the most horrifying ever. Like, it's decent.
Nathan!
You will love me one day.
His skittishness back at the old apartment, this is like so much worse.
No, he was
Like,
this much too.
yeah, but it could cause him, like, his anxiety issues are
Well, that
even worse than these.
doesn't. That doesn't.
Also, he's always been like,
What?
because it's. Because he would always hang out in the living room when you guys were playing. They'd come close, this close as well. Because I'm
Anyway,
you'd be
So we landed.
Nencho, your arm is broken.
His arm? I thought he would land on his feet.
No. Hundreds of feet? Oh, no.
And whatever you take all damage you land from.
Yeah. And your arm is broken.
Also, fun fact. Sometimes show it as though you can like yourself a lot harder than that. And I'm assuming he's not a pro skydiver.
No, but I'm not joking. Your arm is broken. No, that's dislocated. Your arm is broken, like bone,
He reacted animatedly to that.
like protruding bone out of Nensho's
I got my keys. Also, I can't get out of the crater of my.
arm. Especially because your right leg is broken.
Well, I
Should I
can't fix
go
that,
and
so
get
you know.
a professional dog?
Nina's not professional.
Eat medicine.
I know medicine. Let's practice some medicine.
My name's going backwards.
Yes.
Did my hand smell that bad?
Yes.
Apparently.
That was personal, Christian.
It was.
How dare you?
He sniffed my hand and went, ugh. Squidward me. Ugh.
You scratch your butthole before you
Always?
Yeah. See, he's even running from you. So don't even bother giving.
No, it's because he thinks Zach's going into his room. So, what do you guys do? Nensho's arm is broken and Azrath's leg is broken.
I assume I can correct it. The medicine check.
You can try, roll a medicine check. Because I will say just healing it in the state it is ain't really gonna help. It's not gonna like put the bone back into place and then heal the bone. You gotta get the bone back into place.
Let's do this. How do I do this again?
On Azrath or Nensho?
Nensho.
Alright. Yeah, you successfully pop the broken bone in his arm back into place to the point that you can heal it.
Also,
It fucking hurts. Yeah. My DC.
Right before Lena what to do, it's like you're not usually supposed to be conscious when you're getting.
Nensho takes 6 points of damage.
I do want to do it to your wound.
You fall unconscious from the pain of getting your bone put back into your broken arm.
Just like
I like we're also in the middle of town.
No, you're outside.
Just kind of like, oh, just coming over to you.
heal me.
Donald, heal me! No!
Dog.
Me and my friend watched Nensho get knocked out by finding the boat, and I'm sitting there going, Lena, be reasonable, Lena.
So I'm gonna do cure wounds on Nensho first.
This is gonna really hurt. Oh, wrong direction.
Wrong leg.
Breaks left leg. Oh, I guess that's just payback for shooting me.
You heal 14.
Done.
No, wait, hold on. Not 14. 4. Yeah, 14. Sorry. Now I'm gonna do it on Ezra.
Lena, be reasonable. We talk things. Lena, so you can get your hands off my leg. Lena.
So that is a 25.
Oh, yeah. That's high enough that you only take a d4 of damage. Three! You took 3 damage.
Like how me and my sister are just sitting there like,
I'm gonna do it again.
So this is what you deal with on a daily basis, huh?
yeah, and surprisingly, it's not the first time we fell.
He heals
Hundreds of feet.
11 more points.
We fell through a black void.
On Destiny Islands.
When you fell into your vision on Destiny Islands.
Wasn't Zach not there?
Yeah, but I re-described it to him afterwards in the next session.
Yeah, he was unconscious. The others were just falling through the infinite void.
The time that I made you guys fight each other thinking that they were cultists, and Orion discharged his whole hammer. Yeah.
Yeah, the section before that.
You started falling into the infinite pit, into your visions, at the end of the session when you went to bed. And then I recapped it for you at the beginning of the next session.
Oh, yeah, because not functioning.
Anyway, you guys are on the outskirts of Aurelian. And Nensho, you pretty clearly see Yensid's tower sitting outside of the city. And Azrath, your first time seeing it, it is as gorgeous as Like, it has been perfectly reconstructed.
This place is
Wow. You're looking at ancient civilization.
it's probably a lot older than me.
And
When a god says somehow something,
The god's like,
I will never get over that God says somehow. Not even the god knew why.
Lily's first thought is, maybe the bad guys bring it back?
They brought back the seal, would be covered.
What else power would be out of the gods?
I like to imagine that the wish platform comes back. It's like there's no way such a thing would occur because of that, right? There's no way.
Oh, yeah, like
The scale is so far off from what was perceived with everyone else.
Yeah.
It's like there's no way.
yeah.
But you got nothing and almost died, whereas they did not.
Yeah, because I'm a cultured soul who has bad luck. It's just like me to almost die and get nothing.
But yeah, you guys can see Jens. You guys can see Jensen's tower on the outskirts of the city.
I would just Jensen.
I correct my hat. Make sure that you guys see a dwarf.
Or
You know the fucking shut the fuck up.
Lena, do you see a dark
What's
brown hair?
up? Sorry.
I go to the entrance.
Completely ignored.
Rose just goes,
Who are you?
Assume I look like a dwarf and walk off.
it started off
Look
with
at
measuring
the-
out. Oh my god, fucking open my character sheet. You should just walk in the page.
alright, you guys approach Jensen's tower, and a ladder unfurls, and you guys are able to climb up.
Oh, he does the ladder this.
Well,
Yes.
Nensho was able to climb it. You guys had to prove yourselves.
Ninja like 5 bitches.
No, all of you can climb this.
No, originally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I pull on your feet as we.
Actually trying, or just trying to be a nuisance?
But we're still like just when we just start like within that first 10 feet and you first start walking up, I go, hey.
I will stop this. I don't know how to
Doing.
Don't make me turn this ladder around.
I won't mess with you. I'll let you climb.
Yeah.
How much easier this
realizing slowly is gonna lift 1, 2 hands, fall down.
Tries to shoot the ladder to break the rope. Bullets bounce off of it because it's a magic ladder.
It's an explosive bullet, so it triggers like a Gary's Mod physics.
Nensho goes flying 100 feet in the air again.
I can take it.
Wait, checks health. Oh,
Not at the health you're at. You can insta-die now.
I can take it.
I got time.
But yeah, you guys all climb up the ladder and enter Jensen's tower. And you hear multiple voices coming from Jensen's study. No, those aren't voices you would know. These are voices you recognize.
The stairs that are in Vincent's tower that change look.
Uh-huh. You haven't met any. Yeah, I'm taking it seriously, you bitch.
This is a very serious setting.
Oh God, they would be Fae in this setting. Oh no.
What?
They would be Fae in this setting. They're fairies.
Can I have your name?
Yeah.
That is.
What?
Where are you talking?
You would have fallen for a fade trap so fast.
Oh. I thought you were being Azure.
Can I have your name?
Anyway,
No.
the voices you guys hear, Nincho, you immediately recognize as obviously Yensid,
If you were
but
requesting
also
inform you of my name, then yes.
your
So
friend
if you
and
were
fellow
going to
apprentice Cassandra.
stealing my name or taking it
You hear
from
that she is
me,
there.
No.
But you guys also hear the voices of Master Aqua and the captain of the guard, Terra. And they, as you walk up to the door, they seem to just be discussing, being like discussing what they've heard people around the town say about
So
coming back to life.
I've been trying to pet this thing and he jumps right into fucking
Well, one, that's one of his favorite spots to sit, and two, you keep approaching him instead of him approaching you.
No, you.
I go to approach my healing.
Summon?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they don't. What?
Oh.
Fuck is that?
How dare you stand where he stood?
Are you trying to be subtle about walking in, or no?
Kill me.
Straight up walk in.
Well, Jensen knows we're coming.
Yeah, but there's a difference between conversation completely stopping and hearing a little bit of conversation. But as you open the door, they all look up and turn around.
Yo.
And Jensen says, "Oh, you're here. I did not expect you to arrive so quickly. You didn't teleport. How did you get here?"
We flew on a dragon, which
Dragon.
threw us at the ground.
Yeah.
So that's what that noise.
What did you hear?
I still don't like him.
Boom.
Yes. Don't even drop us from 100 feet.
I'm not a big fan of
Then
you.
drop
So
us.
about my friends.
Singled me out brutally.
What the hell? We will discuss this later. You all, we're
Helen system also still right here.
Azrath was also pointing at.
Cassandra's just like, hi guys. I believe last you guys saw her, she was traveling with Famvir and Esadredi. No, the baby stayed with Lily's mom.
Baby.
Because even though she's blind, she is a better caretaker for that baby than a group of adventurers.
But it would be fun.
But because you don't see Famvir or Esadredia anyway, just Cassandra. But last you knew, she was traveling with them. And Tara just kind of
I'll send it in the group chat. Don't worry.
Tara just kind of gives a wave. But Aqua immediately looks at Nencho and is like, "Ah, my neck cracked." My neck cracked when I did that. No.
Oh my god.
Aqua's not that tense. Where the fuck did you get that photo? I don't remember taking that photo, but I know I took that photo.
It was on my phone, dude.
I mean, I must have sent it to you guys, but I don't remember doing that.
Details on my phone since March 3rd, 2019.
No, that's absolutely when I did that show. But Jesus Christ.
I don't remember that Oh,
You go, what the fuck?
Anyway, what we
But Aqua immediately looks at you, cocks her head, and is like, and points at it. And immediately everybody like notices. And Cassandra immediately just gets really excited. It's like, you finally have one? When did it happen? How? You've been trying for so long. How?
my brain just shut off.
She immediately overwhelmed Ninja.
Just overstimulated. Shut down.
You're not Oreo. You're Nencho.
Oh, just what? It's also fucking exist. Something more he just doesn't know how to explain it. Like at all. More this is brainish. Doesn't know how to respond to it.
Yeah. As Cassandra's excited, Jensen just kind of like holds up a hand, and like you guys trained under him for so long, you can just kind of sense when he makes a motion telling you guys to shut up. And Cassandra immediately like shuts up and just stands next to you. And he's like, "Indeed, I would like to know how you received one of those."
Actually, right. Not really. I want it.
You see Jensen and Aqua exchange a weird look to each other. Make an insight check. Insight, yeah. You get the feeling this is more than just a like. Tara and Cassandra are both like just surprised. Like Tara's surprised, and like sounds like he's been like has the look of sounds like he's been trying it for a while for him. Um, Cassandra's just a little confused, but mostly excited as you guys trained together for a long time.
Physically.
Pretty much.
physical happiness.
But Yensid and Aqua exchange a glance that's confused, but there's a hint of troubled confusion. Like, a little bit. Uh, and Yensid just kind of thinks for a second and says, "We will address this later." And Aqua says, "Yes, I would very much like to discuss something with you. But we have matters of a whole town being revived, it seems. You all don't know anything about that, do you?"
Urka Mordir said somehow Aurelian was back on the map.
She's kind of like two brain cells bouncing and is like, you spoke with
It's a long
Mordir
story.
doesn't even
It's a long story.
one question at a time. Mordir doesn't even know how the city was brought back?
I know that statue made Azra.
What statue?
Same one I got the key.
In the same one I wish my sister.
Well, you got your sister.
Yeah, you don't know it was fish. Your sister just appeared.
Yeah, well, that my sister appeared.
And Lily just Rose just kind of goes, "Hi." She's still just You guys are actively like in the room, and she's just kind of over in the doorway,
I
just like,
don't think she's met Jensen.
hi.
No.
She hasn't met any of these people.
No.
She's
But Lily is standing next to her. Actually next to her.
Because
and then you both are still just kind of in the doorway because she does not feel exactly comfortable about entering the room.
Oh, yeah.
So she's just kind of like, hi. And they like look at her in acknowledgement and then just go back to the conversation at hand. And it's like, tell me exactly where this statue is. I would like to inspect it. I guess you all have some dealings with Yensid here. Tara, you and I are going to go investigate this statue. We will be back.
Didn't the statue be what led to the statue?
No, it was still there. The eyes broke.
Like 10 feet under. Oh. We dug it up from the snow, remember?
Yes.
So the odds of it being reburied under snow in the middle of a random snowfield.
Aqua just kind of thinks for a moment, and then she, who feels like they have the best grasp of where this statue, or who has the best memory?
Unless someone is specifically.
Let me check. I don't think.
Yeah, I think you have the best intelligence overall. Okay. Then she,
Intelligence is a +1.
yeah, she walks over to Azarath.
Would I be able to use a survival check for this?
She's doing something. She's doing something. She walks up to Azarath and she summons her Keyblade and kind of places the tip of it against your forehead and whatever. And she seems to be casting a spell. Whatever she is doing, do you try to resist it? She is doing fuck, what's the mind reading spell called? Detect thoughts. She casts detect thoughts, and you don't fight it. And she just kind of
He does have thoughts.
she just tracks your memory for that location, but you also feel her delve deeper in a different direction. For just a moment, and you see she checks your recently viewed tabs.
I bet it was a long story, and you're checking it, and it looks at her face going,
It's more of a look of like if she doesn't speak, but her words tell you all you need to know. A look of he telling the truth. I will unpack this later, and she just kind of like, thank you very much, and grabs Tara by the arm and teleports them both out.
one does not simply read the mind of an adventurer. That is a part.
You didn't fight it.
Did she also see the bone being poked out?
Just these ninjas form.
What a euphemism.
And it's like, okay, and they did fall. They willingly accepted the fall.
Looks at Neshin.
Watches Lena just.
No, does that one run you did earlier?
No, I literally like look down at Azrath prone on the ground with a broken leg as that just smile breaks out on her face as just intense pain plays through the memory. As I grab the shit out of his broken leg and just go and then say woobly boo. You want to 32. He'll be 30. I healed you twice, so yeah, you're pretty close.
Like 20 something.
But you guys,
I forgot your wallpapers and
you guys are now alone with Yensid and Cassandra.
Bloody fist or Morgan.
He takes it and he says, "These
I'll show you a blood.
these are the symbols that you were that you mentioned, correct, Lena?"
The bloody fist is the cults, yeah.
He means in the sending message you sent.
Yeah.
And there are 3 others.
We wanted you to look at the 3 that
Oh, wait. What was the one? So there's 8 seats. I was thinking one of them, or was there 9?
So technically, you saw there were 8 seats. You were in one of them. Mortier was in one of them. He was in the one that had his symbol. You saw a total of 7 symbols. You didn't see the one that was on the chair you were in. But only Mordier's, the Bloody Fist, and 3 others you could actually remember what they looked like.
So basically, if I was looking at Mortier directly across the table, and this was, like you said, a round table like thing, right?
Yes.
So I basically remember the ones that were like ding, ding, and probably the Bloody Fist was somewhere within
pretty
that
much.
rough field.
Pretty much.
Okay. And then I just didn't clearly grasp obviously.
Yes,
what I was thinking in the-
you were aware they were there, but you couldn't see them enough to remember them.
Yeah.
If you had had more time to look at them, you would have. But in the brief look you got,
Instead of the favor, just those all 3 questions. It's like question 1, give me a second. 2, give me a few more seconds. Okay. 3, I'm done. Bye.
what does that symbol mean? What does that symbol mean? What does that symbol mean?
What's that symbol? I mean, how big is your dick?
First question, what is your name?
Second question.
What's your name?
What's mine?
And question 3, what is the airspeed velocity of an unlanded ship?
What is your favorite?
Wrong! You die! Azrath's body just
I see you have chosen that. Huh?
Azrath's body just pops like a pimple. Shut the fuck up!
Bravely ran away.
Anyway, he kind of looks at him for a moment and he says, I can't say that I recognize any of these, besides the 2 that you stated. Do you mind if I hold on to these to look into them?
What?
Yeah. Very well. He kind of sets them on his table. Cassandra even looks over and is like, I have no fucking clue.
Also, if they weren't aware, I give the rough breakdown of the 2 figures and names I heard from Warrior.
Azrath proceeds to write them down. Neither of them are really familiar to him.
It's just Lucille and Aurelian's fine.
I am aware that Mordier's pedestal has been is intact. Is there any other reason besides these symbols that you all are here? Anything for me? Anything for the city?
My hometown and my parents are back.
That is right. You
It's
live.
been a century.
You have told Yensid about your issue with Freck.
Yeah, it's also quite probably see as a dwarf instead of the usual Azrath.
You get the feeling that he did not see your disguise.
I figured you'd be able to see.
Well, now you have to wait a whole day before you can go into town.
Really
No,
easy.
disguise help us.
No, you should have played along.
Hey, we get a
No, I'll just kick Nacho off the ladder.
At this point, he clicks that you're wearing
Dark Souls.
a disguise, and he says, "There are many leaders from Vreka here, so if you should be very careful about traversing them."
Yep.
But there is also a lot going on, and people are just as confused as you probably are. So you probably won't get very many answers, but you get some enjoyment out of seeing your family.
Did they remember they died?
Everybody remembers the events of their death, or better or worse. I would suggest not bringing it up to him.
Well,
How did you die?
Well, what I mean is,
I got crushed by a giant hand while I was sleeping in bed as a child.
yeah, but do they remember them being dead in the first place?
Well, you see, one of the features where
Jensen answers and he says, as far as they know, they died and then woke up. They probably did have an afterlife, but remember, as far as we have. Gay!
Interesting.
this is everything you can explain this. Now it is my list for sale.
Held your hand out like you wanted more. Gay. Are you okay? Really? Are you good?
I don't know what hug you're gonna make. Try not to laugh while you're drinking this. Roll this. Yeah, let's get Orion in this fucking.
Azarath started choking on his own spit.
It was a piece of the cheese on the pizza.
see, cheese doesn't taste me
Pizza,
now.
And you're lactose intolerant.
Cheese doesn't taste me.
I'm lactose intolerant.
Anyway,
What that sound?
The more you have, the hornier I get.
Why? Did you get really excited about
Him.
going to disassociate on the toilet?
I think that is the first time I've ever made Andrew react like that.
There were tears.
I can see. But unless you guys have anything else for Yensid or Cassandra,
feeling.
you know Yensid doesn't do that. That's not Yensid's map. But Cassandra will come up and hit you with a cure wounds. What's the base cure wounds?
D8 plus spell mod. I was gonna say con mod.
Come on.
Not how good the caster is. I'm out of them.
You heal another 12 hit points.
You like that? You like the picture of the dog I sent?
It is my bottom half. Is that all you guys need from Yensid or Cassandra?
Yeah. I don't really have anything that I would even remotely think as.
Well, actually, I would want Yensid like physical look at me. Okay.
Done.
Is unimpressed.
Up to him.
Yensid's rolling like shit. Just seems like a Keyblade. He actually seems to kind of try and as quickly as possible examine it and hand it back to you. You kind of get the feeling he doesn't really want to touch it. Everything. I'm gonna go pee.
So I put my head in Ryan's lap, and he like patted my head, right? And it was just like.
It was that hard.
No, it wasn't hard. It just wasn't gentle in the slightest. You went.
That was my first thought, head petting.
I'll just hit harder.
Really? Hearing this time.
Yep.
So he needs a flashbang effect.
You thought I was bluffing.
No, I knew you weren't. That's why I did it.
My throat already hurts from choking. Now I'm laughing. Oh, now he's choking.
Wow. And you said you were probably gonna take a nap after the first hour. Alright, so you guys leave Yensid's tower and start making your way into the city. I mean, you grew up here.
It's
So,
been a few days,
you-
so I assume they've tried to resume life.
No, this isn't resuming life. This is outright figuring what the hell happened and
Yeah,
why
there-
everything.
There is massive amounts of guards, both presumably this city and lots of guards from Vreka. And there aren't very many people on the streets besides them. Any shops you pass, all closed. But you know this city like the back of your hand.
Just like exactly.
You want to get to your parents, you know how.
It's just like exactly 101 years ago.
I will say there actually are people wandering around, but they are like very obviously going somewhere. And as you guys are wandering around here, like when you first leave Yensid's tower, the guards that are on the outskirts notice you, so they don't really bother you. They're like, they were in that guy's tower. I'm sure they're fine. But eventually you do have a guard come up to you and is like, hey, wait. Where are you all going? Where are you from?
Old Forge, Slithery, and Jewel Crafters.
Make persuasion check. And I guess this is the question I never thought I'd have to ask. Does your family live? Like, is your home connected to the shop? Or is the shop a different location?
Very crafter heavy artisan. They basically lived in the back of their.
Okay. I kind of figured, but wanted to make sure.
Dwarf. I'll get a dog.
And I believe we determined that your parents were 100 years older than you, weren't they?
Yeah.
So you are the same age as your parents.
Yeah, this is freaky.
I didn't hear you say it.
You literally explained the joke of calling Rock the dog. Not 20 minutes ago.
18.
I also said if I see a dog, I'm calling it a boudoir.
That's way better.
He kind of looks at you.
Do I happen to, by any chance, recognize this guy or no?
I'd say that this is in Aurelia. And this.
Imagine you died. You don't know who made it out alive. Somehow revived. You're like, people are missing.
You've seen them before. I'll say, because I'm making a name on the spot, his name is Kyle.
We were on the way to my family's forge. It was probably the local patrolling guard of our neighborhood area.
Yeah, but you haven't had it just nice.
Yes, I know.
So I'd say you recognize him as a neighborhood guard named Kyle.
I know the patrol.
That's my name.
His last name Patrol.
We could talk later, but we knew each other.
Oh, you're someone who survived.
Yes.
What you? Fourth of all, did you say you were going it's your family shop? You said that, but
No,
I
I said I was going to the golf.
Okay. He says, well, all shops are closed down right now, and we're told to stay closed. So, unless you know the people there, they probably won't answer the door for you.
They'll answer. Tell them who I am.
Very well. We have to keep track of people who enter the city. I need you all's names. Are the rest of you survivors as well? I honestly don't recognize any of you.
No,
Fellow adventurers.
I've never been.
we've known each other for. Yeah,
I think so.
been close friends.
Well, he kind of pulls out a paper. Says, I need you remember him as he wasn't like aloof, but he wasn't like strict. And this is just kind of he wouldn't ask your names, but he has to because it's his job. You get the feeling he's more concerned about the fact that everyone's alive again rather than keeping track of who enters and leaves the city. But his job, he needs to ask for your names.
I just write no problem. I'm not hiding my identity.
Same.
What about you, Brian?
Right. As we're on Goldford, I am a very distant relative.
I assume you're going to see your family then. I'll if I give you a piece of advice about running into anybody, probably best you don't bring up one. Some people have gone a little haywire.
No, we need the trouble. Exactly.
I am surprised that less people have gone crazy.
This was more
Pretty lightly.
Kind of
grab skateboards.
No, just full on head. Just
See you around, and he kind of just goes back to his patrol. But first he gives each of you like a little like sticker, and he's like, put that on. It tells the other guards that you've already been talked to and checked.
I first thought it was like the sticker.
like the really cut out gold star sticker that says you did.
Those don't taste good. Okay. Just make sure the guards can see it.
Ah,
I don't care if it's on your tongue.
You didn't see Lily. It is already on her hand. You didn't see her lick on the non-adhesive side. Just untie knowing this.
I like to imagine.
And now
sometimes we catch Lily like chewing on her arm.
You guys,
She would.
You guys-
Be the closest person. to
you guys leave the patrol guard, Kyle, and you, after a couple more minutes of walking, find yourself standing outside of your old shop, completely rebuilt and as well crafted and
Good question.
gorgeous as it once was.
If he took childhood like toys with him, like because he was a child, yes,
No.
I was 50 years old.
that's a dwarf child.
Not that type of child.
No.
Anyway, so if he took like anything with him, would
He would-
that not have returned?
That is the
He
horrifying.
didn't take anything.
No, that was the horrifying thing about the survivors. So many died surviving because we left nothing.
So did the people who made it out of the heat die? Still?
A lot of people died. Yeah.
Yeah.
And-
On the
and,
evac,
you know,
since-
Over the years of trying to resettle and form a new city.
did those guys who those people were not?
Yeah, no.
It-
I mean, that's not anything your character would know, but
Ironically,
I'm exactly
this thing has killed more people than
This looks like a moment in time from the second before the the catastrophe occurred.
anything that was in the range of the city, like if looters took anything out of the city after things calmed down, it wouldn't be there. It basically rebuilt what was there, and if there was a building that had pieces of it missing, it would have just approximately filled in the gap. Uh, but you are standing outside of your old shop and home. And through the window, you can see the glow of a lit lantern in the back, approximately where their room would be.
if he hesitates. I'm kidding.
He's like,
Compares me to pins and cord.
We did name them recently,
What'd you say?
because after the wish, I had you name them.
Oh,
It was a recent thing that you gave
would
them.
have it somewhere. It's probably buried. We didn't pin it on Discord.
Did we not pin it? Shit.
No, because in our DMs, our most recent is 3 years ago when Alan went. A 50-year-old right there.
Did you mind pinning this? No. The last one we pinned before Promogal and whatnot is from 4 years ago, which are is the map and the magic items.
What is?
That's when we like the items. The items were a couple months.
Oh yeah, you still did you lose that?
That's when we went into my character's house and we have I don't think I think
No, you have not gone to see your parents since you saved them.
that's no, I'm talking about going back to the house.
Yeah.
You haven't seen them since.
Because you know your mom brought him home. You guys did clean it up. That was something you guys specifically did. You specifically like made it a point to clean it as best you could.
I know we cleaned it
What
up,
is
but
that?
obviously it's still like
Oh yeah, it's in disrepair. But you cleaned up all of the like vines and grass and leaves that had grown and fallen around it.
whatever we.
You tried to fix the stairs, but you guys couldn't roll high enough to fix the stair you broke through.
I found the names.
Can you pin it?
Oh my god, that's trigger happy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what the fuck? No, I know it was me. Where's the fuck? Why did I just randomly send that? I think you were talking about Skylanders or something. And it's like,
Okay.
I found that. I know there's like a fucking cake topper in there. It looks even worse.
You knock on the door.
Steel Forge, Old Ways.
A moment passes um and eventually the door kind of cracks open and you see the face of your mother standing there. Exactly as you remembered her. No changes. Exactly the same as the last day you saw her. No. She looks like she was just kind of. Yeah.
Shell shock.
It's been about a week since you guys made the wish. So it has been about a week. So like a little bit of the shell shockness has gone away. But like from what you can tell, everyone is being locked in their houses still. Because a city re-emerged out of fucking nowhere.
Came back to when your only child was not there.
Yeah. Which people have come to the conclusion of if they're not here, they survived. They could still be dead because it's been 100 years.
That's the
But
hope
they-
is they survived.
Yeah. They survived this cataclysm. And even if they are now dead, they didn't die here. Which is like the most hope anybody could hope for someone. But also, if they were here, they're alive now.
Crap literally
Don't like
prevented
fire.
himself from saying mother while he's still in the disguise out just outside the street.
But she looks up at you all and says, we're closed. Do you need something?
I realized that if I talk in a certain way, it would also give it away. I'm not trying to hide it, but not when we're on the street, considering my reputation, if any, of the Vreka.
You can make a perception check to see if any guards are nearby.
Because I think
Roll with it.
you guys see me spend a second looking down the street, and I'm like, Lena.
What the?
Perception?
Yes.
That was first roll is
What the?
84.
84!
I see fucking everything.
You see everything.
20.
Dead people.
24.
24%.
You don't see any guards around. It seems to be pretty clear at the moment.
You're in the clear.
She looks confused for a moment, and then more confused and really looks at you. It's like, Ezra, is that you? Get your asses in here.
Come on, guys.
And like you guys get inside and she closes the door and she's like, why the fuck are you wearing a disguise?
There is
It's a long story.
very, very, very long.
She interrupts you and it's like, then get your ass out here. I mean,
No, depending.
yeah. It. Who else would call him that besides her?
A name like Venathor, only spoken fully when you're
I'm-
in trouble.
Hold on. Yes.
Don't forget. Wait, so you guys don't need to. And books. Yeah, see books.
Sorry. I.
Sorry, guys, have a good night.
Thank you. You guys were just both talking at the same time, and I was like, I can't understand what either of you were saying.
It's a name like Venathor is only spoken fully when you're in trouble or it's an official setting.
Or you're just acquaintances.
Yeah.
And you see your father walk out, who was like asleep. You get the feeling like you look at him and like he seems super well rested and your mom does not. And you get the feeling based off of how warm it is in here that your mother has continued working as a way to cope and your father has done the opposite of what you knew in life and he has been sleeping. He hasn't
That's right.
instead of like trying to train in the shop or in the house to try and like keep his mind off of things, he's been keeping his mind off of things by sleeping.
Not thinking.
The
Yeah.
elf trance. He's been just sitting in the trance the entire time.
Pretty much. So he like
Oh yes, you see a very stout mountain dwarf mother and the epitome of a blonde high elf as my daughter.
I want you to know the way you reacted to all of your gestures was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Oreo. That last one was just me.
Oreo scared Oreo. And your father just kind of walks out like wiping the sleep away from his eyes. And is like, what is it? He is just completely at a loss. And your mother just immediately like stomps over to him, grabs him by the elbow, and like drags him over and just like pulls both of you into a bear hug, essentially.
Azeroth is overwhelmed, but it's also like he found out at least over 24 hours ago that they were alive by God. But it's like it's all being like drawn out. It's just like
His brain is understandably understandably fried.
sheer panic of the illusions state that I was freaking out in right before that occurred. Also, kind of overshadowed a lot of the revelations that occurred. So it's still like settling.
He is still processing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a little bit of butt scratches.
Yeah.
But she just immediately pulls you into a hug, and they both immediately start weeping.
Azeroth is starting to catch up. Mind you know, might have heard didn't see his family. He escaped the city and
Never came out.
never came out. He didn't even have any last moments with his parents.
I kind of look for a place to sit instead of just awkwardly staring.
After a couple moments, your dad Vin does kind of pull away, and he's like, let's get you all something to eat. I will get off my ass and make some food. And your mom's just like, you fucking finally! You gained like 5 pounds in a week!
And if he wasn't cooking, who was cooking? Who was eating?
The dad is a swordsman.
Yeah.
Supposed to be peak fitness for an elf.
And still, even though she says that, he still looks great. But, like, she's like, you've gained 5 pounds in a week!
Anytime you shake your
I know, I do it that vigorously on purpose. I love getting to do this with my hair, even though now it's giving me a headache.
That's to say, I don't know how you can do that and not give yourself a headache.
It's just like the hair gets stringy.
Yeah.
I'm not even trying.
Especially the, like, especially the backs, I can, like, feel it, like, hit my ears.
So I can't do that anymore now that I'm here.
Here, have some of mine.
Here.
Just pops my hair off like a Lego head.
Full Suzuko just.
Makes the worst. You have to wait till 7 at the top.
It took me a second to realize how hard I was gonna hit you.
Yeah.
Like, somewhere in between the first and the second one.
Specifically, at least using only like the finger pads. I'm not like all striking.
Heel pump strike. Palm heel strike.
Just popular.
But your dad goes off and you immediately hear him start like rummaging for food and stuff. And your mom's like, so what happened? How you escaped? Yes, you how are we still your parents when you're the same age as us?
They're my parents.
Oh, this is gonna be so weird.
But
I just don't think about it.
as far as anyone else,
There's a lot of things I don't want to think about right now.
as far as anyone is aware, you did not meet. Very long story.
Oh, we have time.
I put the hammer.
She's like, how did you have that?
Very tiresome. Not been able to be. Bracket.
She gives you like the look that only a mother can give of, you tell me everything right now.
Oh,
Like just that look in her eyes. Like she doesn't even need to say it.
Doesn't even have to offer an intimidation.
And like, but Lena's the only person that doesn't know what that look looks like externally.
well, I tried
No, I don't really know.
You had a mother for the first 10 years of your life.
For how long does she remember that?
It was only 11 years ago.
Orion
Because
is the TLDR.
Shit hit the fan when you were 10. You are now 21. It's only been 11 years since you lost your parents.
You're only 20.
Oh, yeah.
They're both only 21.
Children.
How old is your character?
Because you made Nensho when you were, or you made Nensho a little older.
How old is your
They're both the same age.
those two?
Mhm.
Oh my god, the second oldest member of the party.
How old are you?
Lena's from child.
You've been picking on so many minutes.
I'm still bigger and stronger than you, so I don't know if you would test this.
Old person. Instant shut.
Since this is also the first that the others will hear specifically, I would say just give the like brief
Orion is-
description, but
Orion is giving a TLDR. I survived. I even survived the horrible nightmare that was surviving with no tools, no supplies.
I want you to know that my like this side is really sweating out. So it's like this part of my face is really hot, and this.
So blah blah blah. That finally settled. Made Vreka, and then world-ending cults. The creation of Truthorn, who is somehow still alive somewhere. Hardly keep out of the assassin's hands, and then everything got pinned on me. However many.
Yeah.
It's been two
Two.
years since that.
Basically, Azarath was tasked by Lena to make her armor that she wears. The mayor, the mayor of Vreka gave him their powerful crafting artifact, the hammer that he has, to help craft the armor because it was made of a strange material. And when he went back to return the hammer and show the mayor the armor, he witnessed the mayor getting assassinated. The mayor told him to keep the hammer for safekeeping because it was not safe in this town, in Vreka, in the city, in Vreka. And then a guard came in and saw Azrath over the mayor's dead body, and he got pinned for the assassination.
With the hammer in hand. I
Yes.
literally had to jump out, throw myself out the window, and
He got pinned for an assassination and stealing a godly artifact.
After that, he ran to escape, ran into me and
it was
No,
like,
you were by yourself.
ran into me.
I literally went to give you the armor as I was leaving town.
And we're like, "Can I go with you?"
Why not?
Yeah, and then eventually you told her what happened.
Yeah.
You didn't tell her right away because it's a crazy story, but
yeah,
you did eventually tell her.
Yeah.
Oh, like over time is what we kind of agreed.
Or you say mayor, he was effectively the highest position of the survivors for nearly 100 years. So I effectively killed what was I was pinned for killing our effective king at the time and stealing the most our society's artifact.
Yeah.
So every time I mentioned it, I got weird about Vreka, and I went through so many things to find a hat of disguise, and you guys can't call me Azarath, it's because I would be executed on the spot. And you guys would probably have to be executed or taken in.
Pretty much.
And as you finish the story, like eventually food comes and your father starts listening. They don't eat. They're both just staring.
For your own good, you did not see. At least as far as anyone else.
Your dad just kind of incredulously nods, like just processing, and your mom's just like, "That looks fucking sealed."
Imagine the dad listening from the kitchen and is poking his head out of the kitchen like, what the fuck?
He's an elf. Elves have good hearing. He's like,
What the fuck?
I'd say your dad is pretty silent the whole time and just absorbing, and your mom definitely at points has a few expletives. Largely, what the fuck? What the hell?
All justified. Oh, poor dear. And I also have to elaborate on my current adventures is literally as a
An errand boy.
an errand boy for our God. I am literally a thief with God's permission because I'm helping save the world, and it is the
God's accidental thief.
Sounds like
steal. God, I borrowed the hammer. I went to return it, and the person I borrowed it from was dead, so I never had the chance to return it.
Hey, at least you killed the guy that framed you.
God,
I did.
Yeah, he was one of the cultists when you first fought Mr. Baldman
They didn't
and saved Nencho's dad.
frame me. It was more just a guard happened to show up when they left the scene, and I believe it.
They accidentally framed him.
Yes. You okay?
Is everyone just gonna start randomly choking this session?
A lot of truth bombs have been dropped. And it's just like
This is a very lore heavy session.
literally, it's like someone's in the middle of like there's food in front of us. It's like okay.
My drink burnt down your pipe. And I
Eating the
and
food
I
up.
paid and kicked my
I found the dad hugger.
What?
Dad hugger.
But yes,
But like your mom is definitely like you can tell she's mad, but not at you.
But it's cut off weird.
And she's like silent because she's trying to figure out how to express it without seeming like she's mad at you.
could get even worse now that Australian High Council is now able to back this artifact and not just the ramshackle remnants of our. That just crushed. That revelation just came down to me. I'm like, oh, if Aurelian gets back up and running, that's a lot more manpower. That's helped my head.
Your dad kind of interrupts you, and being the like trained in the way he is, he also knows how to like hold his emotions when he needs to, and he just kind of places a hand on your shoulder and he's like, for now, let's enjoy our time together, and as much as we would love to have you stay, you probably should not spend more time here than you have.
Knowing you're back, all I could have ever hoped for.
And as weird as it is to see our child the same age as us, we're glad that you survived. And we are thankful to Mr. Truethorn for keeping you as safe as he could. Now, do you have any fun stories from the road to tell us? That's not. The mom pipes up and is like, that's not fun.
So when we came here,
Considering everyone at the table is still alive, I find it adventure dark humor, where it's like we've had our ups and downs, the verge of death, but we all came out alive.
I haven't died.
You know,
this can be a ring.
the next time I'm nominated, there's going to be bullets in your spleen. And they're exploding bullets. You're not going to have a spleen.
Yeah, that's a game. Everybody else
Okay.
I literally just made a crack. The next time I am nominated, you're going to die because you jinxed it.
Compartmentalizes.
So when we came here, we rode in on a dragon that just kind of like did a flip and then like threw us off.
About 500
Which, by the way, at this point, you notice that your sack is a little heavier.
What?
What?
Like your bag that you carry. Just like, oh, that grew a heart. Lena grew a sack.
You should see it.
Finally.
That might be the mushroom.
But as you're like hanging out and sitting, you notice that like one of your bags you carry is a little heavy. You open your bag up, and there is another greater healing potion. And there is
What?
Oh, sometimes they'll do that. They'll go up to one of the litter boxes and down.
Say hello.
I don't know why.
and
Hi there.
and you also find the
You only
The-
have the
You also find the Iron Stone of Protection that that Jack had. The orb that was floating around his head that increased his AC.
The potion, greater food.
A greater healing potion, and the Iron Stone of Protection. You get the feeling that that was probably a gift from him for everything being more than he thought it was going to be.
And the price of the diamond.
There is also a diamond in there.
How do you spell Ironstone?
IOUN.
There'll be a whole list of ion stones.
Protection?
Yeah.
Yep. It is wondrous, rare, and needs attunement.
Great healing potion?
Yep. And a diamond to replace the one that you used.
It also breaks.
Wait, we can kill guys, we can kill Ninja right now. No consequences.
I was literally saying that.
With my with me.
Fine, you want the cinnabar rapier or the gun?
Oh my goodness.
It takes rapier. I'll use both of them. I'll fucking heal for my tank, bitch.
Show off my main craftsmanship exploit, even though I haven't had any time or tools to carry on the trade. I intended to carry on their trade of normal of smithing and jewelry crafting and stuff. Never had a chance. I put down my gun. It's like, this has been my work of art, keeping me alive. A double barrel.
They just both cock their head. What the fuck is that?
It's not a shotgun. It's a rifle.
What the fuck is that?
I show explosive rounds. I'm like, it is an abomination that gets things killed.
What I'm saying is they don't know what guns are.
100 years has passed. God damn.
Oh.
You and I never talked about it, but guns are still fairly a recent invention.
And apparently, I'm one of the leading developers of guns. I made my own.
Unbeknownst to Azarath.
I killed a lot of the people who have seen my gun in action.
Why do you think you and Samson are the only characters in this campaign that have ever had one?
I thought,
And why Samson only had a pistol?
no, really stupid. I perhaps would have thought the only person with a gun beats one other person with a gun and thinks, okay, they're not that rare. Someone else had a
What will you name it? God.
Fawn.
Nah, Azarath returns home, sees his dad. Daddy.
Why is this guy who's as old as me calling me
Azarath.
Azarath.
Can't just actually. I can't demonstrate a gun. Fire.
No.
Oh, you can.
I mean, you could use Lily's power.
Cannons. No cannons? This is a smaller version, almost as deadly, just a lot you could carry.
Terrifying.
Yes.
Handheld.
And also these explode, the bullets.
Terrifying.
Yes. And it's double barrel because it lets me shoot twice as fast.
Your dad's just like, I'll stick to my swords.
Fair.
Can you put a sword on the tip of
So bang.
Lily just invented bayonets.
Oh.
Azarath takes out his phone and writes it down.
Yes, I actually am. Where's the notes tab? I have
I didn't know what it was called. I just call it a gun.
Why did you just put like a sword?
A
No, a
sword.
sword is too big, but what about a knife?
Knife. A
A
knife on.
knife.
It's
No,
a gun that fires knives.
I would love for Azarath a weapon called the D13, which is a weapon from Call of Duty.
Boo.
It shoots blades and they can ricochet off walls.
No thanks.
That's what I said. Gun that
Yeah.
fires knives.
Also has
How does that work?
yes.
Add a bayonet to rifle. Save.
That's
It's a double barrel. It's a double barrel.
Oh god. Make it like the fucking Miihoos from
I thought the exact same thing. It's the double barrel super shot from Food. And it has a little pitchfork as a bayonet. And has like a little
It's attached to it.
literally what it does, it grapples onto something. And you just go flying towards them. You then do it on
the barrel.
the cinema. Miniature.
But how long do you? I feel like Azrath would stay forever if he could. But how long do you guys think you would actually stay?
I would push it.
Because by the time you arrive, it's probably midday.
Push it. Goes no more than waking, staying the night, and leaving before the sun.
Okay. And that's what you do. You spend the night with your parents. They make sure everybody, as best they can, has a place to sleep.
That's right. Goes, can I sleep with you guys?
I also show off the meteorite armor that I.
By picking it off of me.
No, you can act like the model.
it is partially parents being parents, but also what you have done is legitimately impressive. But they are incredibly impressed with everything you've accomplished, and they are very proud
Their
parents.
little boy
My leg is
survived the end of the war.
And might have to stop it again.
Yeah, just that one more than I did.
Bigger end of the war.
That stance that was at, I just thought of the
At most, I don't know if I should, like, because these are just the neighbors, but like, whether I say who I know who would have survived from neighbors' households or not.
I believe when we initially talked about it,
I didn't have a lot of friends, but I would have at least maybe known a couple.
I think you had said there were like, aside from Truthorn, there were like one or two.
I know, not
And you weren't
friends.
really close with them. They were more
Yeah.
of people you knew.
It would just be like,
Oh my goodness. He's gonna kiss me. Oh my
if I
god.
had names that are like,
Oh my god, congratulations.
if it's
Oh my god, you guys are so
worth
cute.
telling my parents so they could tell any of the revived neighbors
Mhm.
if any of their relatives. That's like I'm questioning. So that's where I might tell them and see if they think our neighbors are even like sane enough to hear the shows or help them recoup.
You pretty much give them the names, and they're pretty much like they'll think about it and give it time, and
No, hold on.
when they think people are ready, they'll.
And it's happened with like the names of like there was the one kid from that house, the guy from that house, not the pet house. I basically vague descriptions of like that guy.
You ain't Santa Claus.
Well, yeah, I don't have a beard. You're the only one with one.
Incorrect.
I looked over.
Incorrect 1 and incorrect 2.
I was
And 3. Orion's the only one without facial hair.
Orion is the only character in this fucking campaign that canonically has a beard.
Last night because I didn't like the scruffiness for the market.
I should have shaved today.
Just go shave right now. Duh. Easy.
You mind if I use your razor to shave my balls?
Oh, don't you fucking
You
dare.
don't mind? Manscaped. Oh man, his game.
Oh. I tell you guys,
I'll ruin his
I'm pulling it all. You guys want to fall asleep early? We're leaving before the sun rises.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna pull an all-nighter.
How so?
Make a con save.
Haste. Spending the little time I have with my parents. Run away and hide again.
Pull it in the dice tray.
I don't have to shit. 15 plus whatever. It's fine. It's over a 20.
Yeah.
Knees weak. It's fine.
The next morning comes, wake up early, and make your way out of the city.
It's like, okay, hang on. Wake up. Go. I know you're looking at me.
That was like the exact like murder stare. Like
Lena doesn't even have dark vision. She just knows where you are.
And I have dark vision, so I knew she was dead staring me, and I kept tapping her, seeing how long
so
I
like
get away with it.
I'm assuming these are like dwarf nightmares. So like they're already loaded.
There's an elf in
There's already like
We'll do
yeah,
you
but there's
too.
2 other dwarves. So I
Yeah.
assume living in the dwarf region, you wouldn't
Yeah.
have an elf base. I mean, it'd be longer. But
No, this is like,
a split.
yeah, this was like the perfect, almost like paradise city of elves and dwarves living in.
either way,
Yeah.
you are within
Yeah.
throat grabbing.
That's why I went for that. I went for that fourth tap after you're awake, and I'm like, and I sense you. I sense my fucking.
There you go.
Slap face.
And then Joe's actually dead.
I flip you out of the.
You go to Lily and she's just staring at you.
The moment you like try to
Lily, wake up. Lily.
Lily, wake up. This is all a dream. Wake up.
Eldritch Blast.
Your sister's asleep, though.
Rose.
And funny enough,
More annoying.
she sleeps curled up like a dog in the corner.
we just went to bed with a werewolf. Yeah, probably.
They're not fans.
It's okay. The full moon that caused their transformation before was only a couple weeks ago.
Wait, don't you remove curse?
You guys have tried it. It's never worked on her.
No, but if we turn, we probably.
That's true.
Probably.
You have a
Oh no, a bad case of the werewolf woke up in the middle of the night and infected the entire party. Remove. No, I keep it.
Werewolf's got a gun.
That was wasn't even intentional. That was the slapper, wasn't it?
Out there, after the things, I say goodbye to my parents. It's like, hey,
You go into it of your parents.
if I yeah, I'll try and swing by. Maybe if I ever, I don't know. I might never be able to swing by until this whole thing's settled.
You never know. When they finally let us leave this place,
Yeah.
we may be able to meet you elsewhere.
This here's Lena. She has the sending stuff.
Yeah, I can contact.
Yeah, I'm making sure you are acquainted so you.
I can talk to you whenever. I just. Oh, I have a perfect idea.
Middle of the night.
So you're probably Phileas Steelforge, my mother, and Venathor Goldwing.
So I'm going to do a sending now to his mom.
Sending in your head.
And
How
it
many
is-
fingers am I?
Hello, my name is Lena. What's yours?
What's yours?
And that's it.
No, you have to add.
I'm breaking my only rule, but it's literally just the Hi, I'm Lena. What's yours?
He purposely cut off.
Not once does anyone in the party actually know what Lena does in her sending, because you've never had the sending too long.
Yeah, it's really awkward to it because I have to relay the information back to
Uh-huh.
her. So
And you just cut off all
she just gets this message in her head, like,
While being in the same room as you. So it's just like.
you literally go,
she gets
and then I
feedback.
Head popped.
Immediately on the floor.
feels like it's right in front of me. It's like, oh, no, it's very personal, you know.
We now know how to kill Ronogal.
Spam him with stupid sendings that just make his brain hurt.
Lena puts his name in her book so she can infinitely cast sending.
You get 2 levels of fighter for action, so you go sending.
No, I also get that sending and just do it at the same time.
You both take 2 levels of fighter and both actions.
What we all do is we find every spellcaster who knows sending in the entire world. All message Ronagal with. How's your day going? How are you? What's your name? Hi, how are you?
No, it's shit like
And then one's just like, you pooping?
Poo-pooed my feet.
It's all the varying different ways of saying, hi, what is your name? Followed by all variations of how they fill in.
I seriously don't know how to fill in the last 25 words of this. I need to send it.
My location is blah, 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 blah.
Anyway.
Please help me. I have been coerced into sending messages to you. Please,
And like,
I have no idea what's going on. Everyone else in the world is
I
doing
have
it.
this strange double
I'm
whale.
I'm dying of cancer.
Double whale into my head.
It's always like, no, it's like these elaborate, like 24-word stories that always come off at the end. And it's always like insufferable to him.
Once upon a time, it was
I'd like to talk to you about your wagons extended one.
And then if you like rearrange the stories, it actually completes the story if you connect them all, but he would have to remember every single one and be able to put them all in order.
No. So each story feeds into the next one, but it's still missing that
It's
one
the
word.
story that never
That makes it just
The never-ending
That
story.
makes it confusing enough that it's impossible to keep track of.
It's a story that sounds like ChatGPT wrote it.
I mean, I can
we
do
don't
that.
have the internet, but we still have that chat.
Dear Ronagal, I think you smell like doo-doo farts. Dear Ronagal, I think you smell like doo-doo farts. Dear Ronagal,
I think you smell like roses.
Dear Ronagal, who gay?
Dear Ronagal,
Dear
that
Evan
bullshit
Hansen.
you pulled off and erased my city? Dick move, by the way. Also, I think you're... And then ends the sentence.
Anyway, you guys leave the city.
Yep.
You walk out of the city and you also see that Jensen's towers.
Can I send a sending that is literally just, Ah! The equivalent of pressing the A key repeatedly with a two
It's
spaces.
like you feel the
Sure.
one word, and then the longer
Cool.
it extends.
I'm gonna send that to what's his name, Eric. Because we've met
Ronoval?
him before.
Huh?
The girl, whatever his name.
The other
Kyle?
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
Kyle. No.
Yeah, the patrol guy?
no, the Eric.
Oh, Ronoval.
No, the other one.
Ronogal was Derek.
Wait, really?
Philnum Jolin was Mr. Baldwin.
I thought they were the same person. Oh, anyway, so yeah, just send it, just repeatedly doing sending to him. That is just infuriating to just listen to.
There is no person to send it to, as he is just an ethereal mist of soul.
Yeah, but he could be clearly interacting.
He's not labeled as a creature right
No.
Damn.
Hence why he can only do things if he possesses
now.
something.
They're two filthy body snatchers without a body.
Yes. But the fact that he labeled them differently, they work different.
The invasion of the body.
Like he made it obvious that they were doing the same thing in very different
One exists as a body snatcher, and the other has body snatching. Actual body is.
Yes, he possesses people. He specifically said Ronogal possesses people, and the other one, Philnum Jolin, is a body snatcher. But
Anyway,
you are outside the city. Jensen's tower is gone.
dude, what are you gonna break to steal the fucking the statues outlets? Or do we want to?
Oh, the pedestals stuff.
Almost wondering.
What have you
They
done?
were able to level Aurelian before if we take the power of Aurelian's pedestal.
Yeah, but you don't know how they did it.
No, but I'm trying to see if that
Okay,
if we
for
disabled this pedestal, they
since
wouldn't
we
have
went to Destiny Island, then they leveled. So I'm assuming what we did at Destiny Island with the pedestal was absorbing power.
They destroyed that pedestal.
we technically failed at that.
The first one in the desert, they tried to corrupt it over time using blood magic.
We popped
You
up.
stopped that. But what happened at Destiny Islands?
Did we weaken in the statue enough that they did?
No, you pried the metal and bits that they were using to try and corrupt it off of it. The pedestal in the desert was fine. But the one in Destiny Islands, they destroyed.
We used the hammer on both.
No, oh, that's right. The first time you went to Destiny Islands, you did it and it just kind of pulsed. Fourth wall, it didn't do anything. Because they hadn't touched it yet.
Gotcha. So if we let's say we cite
But the second time you went there, they decided to just destroy it rather than try and corrupt it.
If we cite the power point, it's not going to immediately. Because if that was the case, then Rick and Morty would never suggest it.
He didn't suggest it. He said what you could do to recharge the hammer. He said it is up to you.
I actually don't even want to test that.
He also said the only way to kill Ronogal is with the hammer having power. But he said
But the more we
whatever you do with that information is up to you.
we at least need one pedestal.
Yeah.
But the downside is the more pedestals that are free, whether we do we want to they and I mean if a giant can
It was in a ruin.
Yeah.
That's also on the other side of the continent from where you currently are.
Yeah, well, as I see it, it's either we do it or they do it.
well
I don't think they're going to destroy the pedestal.
it's a delicate balance of we need to at least take one seal out to charge the hammer at all. We also need to make sure that they don't take any seals.
Yeah.
Because we would rather destroy a seal by hammer taking it than letting them off in the corner of the world.
But
break
see,
one on one.
You also
My point is that if we test it in the wasn't the desert the ruins of this?
the desert. No, the desert was a ruins of a Keyblade wielder city.
So if we absorb that the power from that pedestal, and nothing bad happens, heck,
Yeah.
Because testing it there means that if anything happens bad, it's just going to kill like whatever douchebag.
Some random smuggler.
Or you guys.
Or us. Yeah. But absorbing it here and something bad.
Yeah.
Oops, we just revived the city.
Guy, off my head.
It's Daniel and Zoltan all over again.
If we hands do appear to kill us, we'll use the key to go to the tower.
Yeah.
If there's a door nearby.
Yeah, that's the door nearby.
We'll have the Baldur's Tower nearby, so there's technically a door.
Can you use that? Is that how
It's a door. It has a door.
It has doors. There's multiple rooms. Like 5.
You won't know unless you try.
It's 2 floors,
Yeah.
and you get to pick from the 5 options what
Yeah.
the 2 floors are.
Yeah.
But he means the main entrance doors.
That's a door.
Yeah.
You guys can try, but you only have one shot at it.
You need to get across.
But you guys,
Or we could look for another pedestal that's possibly nearby.
the
Not
only
immediately near.
the only ones you guys know about is the one in Aurelian, Brecca, the one in the desert ruins, the one that he said do not, the one that is trapping his body, and the destroyed one in Destiny Island. So the only 3 that you guys have access to is the desert ruins, the one in Aurelian, and the one in Brecca. Those are the only ones he has shown you, so as far as you know, those are the only ones that exist.
The tropical island was at the Destiny.
Yeah.
But Mordir made it sound like you guys have time, so do whatever you need and whatever you feel is best.
So honestly,
So that could also mean doing some of Lena's stuff. This is essentially me giving you guys some. I don't think you guys have felt like I've been railroading you, but I feel like you guys have been getting very pulled in a direction. So it makes sense for the story, but also it's kind of my chance to let you guys have some freedom and do other stuff. Because you guys have been getting very pulled in the direction of the
You
pedestal.
also have the greatest excuse of somehow Aurelian seal that completely derailed.
Well, if Aurelian was sealed, but you didn't whack him with the hammer, he would have kept his physical form, he just would have been weaker. But that hammer weakened him, and then Aurelian's seal popping back up, he couldn't maintain physical form.
That sheer coincidence just completely derailed the timeline of the boss, and there's not as much time price
For the moment.
for the moment.
But that also means you don't know where the fuck they are. They're body snatchers. You don't know who they could be.
You aren't
So
gonna
it's
know where
like,
they were anyway.
You do have a timeline, but you don't. Like, you're back in the phase of, like, you have some leads, but not on the 2 of them. So all you can do is try to get strong.
So Christian, I don't have the notes for the. Because there are visions.
The one that you guys know you have the most information on is one of the visions was in a familiar wooded area. You could hear the chopping of wood. And when you guys were going up to the mansion, before you went inside of it, on the other side of the mansion, you could hear wood chopping, and it was in Chibaram Woods, where your mansion is. Or where your Mushroom Lena is. Where Oliver is.
Otherwise, on the other side.
No.
How close are we?
It's you pass Brecca and then keep going down for another 2 or 3 days.
Then let's go. I mean, we don't actually have to stop in.
Yeah, but that's like it'll probably be like a week and a half travel to get back to where that mansion was, because the mansion was like near the edge of the forest.
That'd be
So
kind of the best place. To be.
that's where you guys like. That's where you would know to go to get to what seemed like the sort of nearest source of the chopping.
Let's not go to the mirror realm again. That sounds like a good idea. Not good, but we need to go back to that. Is kind of what I was.
Also, I would like.
Would that be?
It's in that direction too.
Yeah.
See if my father's woke. I'm sorry, ring quiet. I slipped.
But yeah, no, I think that's a good.
Yes. Originally. Home base.
Yeah, you guys did kind of talk about making it your home base, and then never went back.
Yeah,
You had to travel the world.
Yeah.
yeah. We wouldn't have a good way to get back there.
We don't have teleport stuff yet. We're low level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Then you guys start making your way back down the continent to go past Rekka, stop by Nensho's home. I believe Blancolgo, Lily's home, if you wanted to stop there, is also in that direction.
I wanted to.
I think I've done it just know that part.
You haven't said you told her, no, so no.
I was.
That reminds me. Others alive, but fine.
What happened?
I
Some goblins kidnapped her.
goblins kidnapped her.
And decided to. She like wasn't she wasn't listening to them, so they decided to blind her as punishment.
Goblins. She's also taking care of a baby at a time.
I said baby eating. I was sick.
No, she's not reacting to the baby eating. She's reacting to her blind mother raising a child.
She knows if it's crying and it's defenseless, most likely tiny, most likely Lily's going to be.
What were you saying, Nathan?
I was thinking about giving the IM stuff to
Basically, you can activate it, and it will give you a +1 bonus to your AC. Go ahead and look it up.
It's technically a passive item as long as you don't find that there's a little rock floating right here. There's just a chance that someone shots it out of the air.
Yeah, it has AC and health.
If you take an action when you're standing next to him, you can really just grab it out of the air.
Looks like C24 check or 24 AC.
Yeah. But with you guys beginning your travel, that's where we'll end the session.